How are you today, Kina? How are you, everyone out there.
I am fantastic. I am so thrilled to be here for day 2.
I know, we had so much fun. For those of you who couldn't join with us on day 1, we're here day 2 for our festival, but thank you so much for coming back and joining with us again. We're so excited for all the next wonderful things we've got going on. We've got a huge group of videos to watch. We've got some fantastic giveaways. We've got specials. We've got a wonderful announcement that's going to happen at the end of the thing. We talked about this a little bit yesterday at the end, and I just wanted to show it again. We're going to be talking about a new product launch, and we have it underneath wraps, so you can't see what it is until later today. Join with us. So it's going to be fantastic, this brand new announcement. So I'm really excited about that one. But how was the rest of your day yesterday, Keena? Did you get a chance to relax, or did you just start quilting right away because you were so excited?
Oh my God, yes, the rest of the day was amazing. I just left the event with so much inspiration. I was fired up that I pulled out my projects and I quilted for the remainder of the day. I think I only stopped to eat dinner, and I shoved dinner down my face, and then I ran back up to my studio. It was so much fun to see all of the projects and to hear all of the stories. And then I'm just dying with anticipation with everything that is going to happen today. I just can't wait.
Yeah, I was talking, usually when we have our specials that are happening and we've got projects going on, everybody's heard about them before in the Grace Company. And it was so fun to hear everybody, because they hadn't seen them yet, and to listen to them talk about, like, oh, I saw so-and-so with this trick, I saw this tip, I hadn't heard this before, I want to try that. And it was just a buzz in the company of people talking about, oh, I want to try this now, and I want to try this, and I'm going to go home and see if this one will work. And yeah, it was like, oh, the pool noodles and everything. It was just, this is not what you have seen before. Yeah. But we're going to have a great time today. We just want to talk about a little bit of the schedule and different things that are going to be happening. We're going to be doing our first big giveaway. We're going to do our Sure Stitch Elite. Later, we're going to have our True Cut Master Cutting Collection. And then we're giving away our grand prize today. Now, all these are pre-registration winners. So these are all people who registered ahead of time for the event, and that's how we're selecting these. These you don't have to be present to win, but of course it's super fun to be here when your name is called, right? But our grand prize is going to be the 19X Elite on an Evolution Elite frame, the QCT6 Pro, and that huge accessory pack that comes with all the promotions this month. So it's going to be pretty awesome giveaway.
Well, that is just amazing, giving away the whole system. And it's the 19 in the frame, correct? It's
correct.
The whole setup.
And the automation. Yeah.
And the
so
automation.
The whole thing. Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, for anyone who is joining us for the first time today, we want to welcome you, welcome everyone back. There's so many people just tuning in from all over the country, all over the place. Hello from everyone. Thank you. We know and we are aware that it's just different time zones everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm coming from Southern California in Palmdale, so it's a little early, but I see people in the chat. It's just blowing up with people from Oklahoma and Texas and Oregon and Ohio.
Everybody,
and
wow.
Shout out to Ecuador in the house. I think that's Amy. Welcome. And Delaware and Indiana. Hello, Miranda up there. On the screen, we just welcome you all. We're so excited, and no matter where you are, what time zone you are in, we are so excited. There's sure to be something for you today. You know, there's a theme, right?
We talked
about it yesterday, and the theme is the world of tomorrow, Jenna. How does that translate to you? It's basically just a huge celebration of legacy innovation and the future of quilting. That is so important because the future of quilting is important. We need this art, this this form, this craft to carry on for generations and generations and generations and generations. And so how we do that is we bring that legacy, that past. We can't go forward until we know what we've done in the past, and then we can enhance it. So basically, what that means is it's what innovative products are we introducing? What new quilting techniques are we introducing? What initiatives are happening in the industry? It's just wonderful. I love this theme, and I love that Grace has embraced this and bringing this to the forefront this year.
I love it too. And I love that it wasn't just about only the future, right? That they talked about the legacy as well. I think that's so important because there's so many ways that you can quilt, right? We have people who do only hand quilting, and that includes when they're piecing. They only piece that way, but then we have people who are free motioning or they're push quilting through their machine. You have automation, so many different ways that whatever works best for the individual customer, that they can make those fantastic quilts to share with their loved ones. I am super excited talking about sharing with loved ones. We've got our quilt show going on. Not only do we have our community quilt, but our quilt show that people have put in and submitted their entries. Now these are all done by the people who have entered them. 6 different categories, so go check them out. You get a chance to vote. Kina was one of the judges. We're going to hear about that later today, who are the winners, not only from the judged categories, but also the individual winners from the votes. So fantastic, wonderful quilt show. And the thing I love about it is, you know, when you go to an actual physical quilt show, right? You're just walking and walking. I love this quilt show because I can zoom in, right? Usually they have a drape and you're like, I really want to get a little bit closer to that quilt, and you can't.
And the white gloves match your hand.
Yeah. See the ladies with the white gloves, right? Keeping you away from the quilt. But this way I can zoom in, see things. I can see so many more quilts in a way than I could walking through the whole quilt show. So it's really fun. You know, share it with your friends, especially if you entered something, you know, show it off. Tell people about it so that you can say, hey, I entered in the quilt show, and everybody gets a chance to see that. It's fantastic.
And the other perk to that is that there's so much exposure, right? You don't have to travel somewhere.
It's true.
So many times I'm bummed, and then I have to rely on people taking pictures and seeing them on Instagram or Facebook or whatever. But you can go there and you can look at them, and they're along with this theme. There's just some really cool categories. And it's so amazing to see how the quilts just translate all of those categories. Like, well, I judged the technology category.
Oh, yeah.
And there were so many wonderful ones in all levels of experience, you know. For me, it was just about the creativity, you know. There was sustainability, ingenuity, legacy, utility, diversity, and sustainability were the categories. And they're just so wonderful to see how the many different people have translated that into something very creative and artistic. So definitely go check them out.
Well, and I love too that if you're submitting a quilt normally, right, you either got to go take it in or mail it in. And this way, you're just taking a photo, your quilt is safe and sound, you don't have to worry about it. And that way you can share and people can see it without having to worry about those things. Speaking of things to worry about, I just wanted to remind everybody about scammers. We're getting more and more people are telling us, hey, someone's putting a post in on Facebook or anything like that. We want to make sure that the only way that Grace Company will contact you about a giveaway that you've won is we will email you, and we will never ask for your credit card information. We will never ask you to click on a link. It will always be via email, or we will call you on the phone. So make sure you're watching anything that comes in the comments on Facebook or YouTube or even Instagram or a text. Those aren't going to be coming from us. But if you do get something and you're nervous about it, go ahead and go to our website and call our 801 number, and then you can find out for sure. Like, if I'm hesitant, just call in and we can clarify for you. So we want to make sure that you're not having any issues with scammers at this time of the year.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks for reminding us of that. And also, if you would like to know when future events are coming up, it's a great idea to go to the Grace platform and register so that you can always qualify for some of those giveaways, the larger
Hmm.
giveaways that are chosen before the event. And you can always engage with Grace on our many different platforms. We're on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Pinterest, and YouTube. Facebook at Grace Company, Instagram at Grace Company Quilting. Sorry, both at Grace Company Quilting, Grace at Grace Company on TikTok, at The Grace Company on YouTube, and at Company Quilting on Pinterest. So
Yeah.
make sure you like, subscribe, follow so that you're always up to date on what's going on.
It's true. I mean, if you're trying to engage with people, it's not only engaging with Grace Company, but so many of our customers I've seen late at night, someone posts something on the Facebook page saying, Grace Company is closed and I have a question. Has anybody ever handled this? And someone's like, yes, I'm quilting right now too. This is how I fixed it. You know, it's like a tension issue or something. So it's a great community for everybody to interact with each other. And if you're looking to engage with Kina, you can follow her on her Instagram and Facebook handles and her website. So Kina's available on Facebook.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook. I'm
Yeah.
on both Facebook and
And
Instagram
well,
at
there we go.
Tina Quilts. There it is on the screen. And my website, Instagram, the same at Kina Quilts. And then my website is www.kinaquiltstudio.com. And I am a Grace brand ambassador. So if you check me out on social media at any given time, you may see me working on something. I have the 21X Elite, but I also have the
Ooh.
19. So if you scroll a little bit further, you'll see some work on that 19, and it's just a lot of fun. And I'm always happy to offer fun tips and things and get feedback and all kinds of stuff.
It's true, and the fun thing I like about when you're engaging social media, right? We've talked about how sometimes you don't have a community of quilters around you, and social media is the way that you have that community of people, and you can work together on things and talk quilting. You know, maybe people in your family, they enjoy the quilts, but they're not necessarily passionate about your passion. And so they
Exactly.
might question, why do you have all this fabric? Why do you have all this thread? What are these patterns? But with the social media, you're able to connect with people who have that same passion and understand that you only have all the fabric, you know, to keep the dust off your shelves, not for anything else.
Or because you just want to and you like it. And
It's
that's
true.
okay too. But we come up with great excuses for others who don't understand that.
It's true. It's true.
Well, if now we're going to be giving a lot of giveaways today, like we mentioned, but there's also a ton of promotions. And if you're here because you know this is the time and you want to get things, or if you already have something and someone's on the fence about getting something and you love it, we would love to hear what you think about it. We love reviews. So leave a review for any products that you love so other shoppers can have that information. So we want to hear what you think about it. All your Grace Company products, and you can leave those reviews at graceframe.com.
Yeah, and while you're there at graceframe.com, you can join, we were talking about community, you can join our HBQ site and leave a story, share it with us, how you got started, what's your history, your journey as a home-based quilter. Now, if anybody has issues with signing in or trying to get onto the site and it has issues, you can send an email to info@graceframe.com. You can chat directly on our website with a member of the sales team. We're here 8 to 5 when we have someone who is on the mountain time, who is on chat all that time, so that you can, any of those problems technology-wise that are having issues or anything like that, we can get you all set up and taken care of. But yeah, the website is where to leave a review, to do the HBQ. It's all those things to help you get connected with everybody here at Grace.
Yes, and I just love the HBQ community. There was just such a fantastic segment on that yesterday, and I think that's
Oh,
what
yes.
fueled me to stay up working until midnight when I should have been in bed last night. I just kept thinking about that, and so if you missed it, you can. You're not out of luck. You can go back and all you can have the opportunity to watch anything that you missed yesterday. If you weren't able to watch it live, the festival fun continues on YouTube all month, at the Grace Company YouTube channel. We will be releasing each segment, I'll say, at different points and different times
Mm-hmm.
throughout the month. You can go back, you can watch the segments. That way, you can take more time. If there's something you want to actually do, there's going to be pattern releases of the segments, and some of the projects are going to be there. You want to stop, you want to work along with it, you want to pause, you want to, go get your coffee and come back. That'll be another opportunity to do it. So you will be able to see both day one and day two. Another reason to subscribe so you get the notification once they go live.
And there's going to be some giveaways with those rewatches, so pay attention to that as well. You don't want to miss out. If you didn't win a giveaway here at this time, then pay attention to those so that you'll have that opportunity as well. Now, we were talking about some fantastic products. We have some great promotions that are happening. I first want to talk about our thread. We've got thread special, our Finesse Thread. It's 100% polyester, but has the look and feel of cotton, and is 150 weight thread. So people always ask, what's the weight? And a 1,500 yard spool size, which means you can quilt a king size quilt with the bobbin, unless you're being super intricate, but it'll last the whole time. Perfect. It has solid, variegated, pre-wound, buy three, get one free. You're going to be able to get whichever size that you need, quilted and taken care of. And it's so much fun. And the buy three, get one free, then you're just, get that pre-wound, get those variegated, get those solids, everything that you're needing to work with on that.
My favorite are the variegateds on those. The solids are beautiful too, but I love the variegated.
Yeah, and I love, so not only is that a special going on just by itself, but we have a machine special going on, and you get 16 spools of thread to go with this in our accessory pack. So our Elite machines, the 16X Elite, 19X Elite, and 21X Elite, you can see right there that accessory pack. Now that is not $1,300 worth of thread. Somebody asked me that one time. They said, are you really giving us $1,300 worth of thread? I don't think I can go through it that fast. But no, it's the $1,300 value for the whole accessory pack. And one of the parts of the accessory pack is 16 spools of thread. It also will include a light bar. It will have 2 packs of mini quilt clips. It will have the True Cut Ultimate Cutting Collection. This is a fantastic collection that has cutters and mats, blades, non-slip pads, the 360 circle cutter, the 3 different triangle rulers, the 3 different rectangle rulers, the 3 different square rulers, and some true grips. But to make sure we had enough packs of true grips for each of the rulers, we're going to add in an extra 4 pack, so that's 9 total true grip packages. And then the True Sharp 2 sharpener and the linear sharpener, so that whichever way you're sharpening your blades, either on the go with the linear, or if you've got the tri-wing design, you can take it apart and put your blade in that electric sharpener. I have both, because it depends on what I'm doing my linear sharpener is just on my cutting table and I can use it occasionally, or the sharpener is for that more intense sharpening happening. But $1,300 value, again, including that Finesse thread. And then we've got our True Cut special of 15% all True Cut combos. This is any of our combos or collections that you can have. If you're ready to switch over your whole system, you can get the Ultimate Cutting Collection. Or if you're just thinking to dabble in it, you can try the True Cut Combo. That just has a cutter, the 6.5 by 24 ruler, and true grips, just to dabble in your True Cut. Now, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, Kina. that you've started dabbling in the True Cut and you've now switched over to be the True Cut person, right?
Yes, and I love it so much. I love how everything works together. The circular, I'm just entertaining myself with the circle. I just it just I'm just making circles at this point, and I haven't sewn any of them together.
Any of them together.
But I have a whole pile of different, and I'm like, it's just so, I don't know, it's so gratifying making those circles. But yeah,
It's so
wonderful
right.
system. It's a great
Yeah.
system. And the combo, if you can get the combo, it's everything you need. Like once you get the combo, all different sizes, different shapes of rulers, in the grips, it's a great system to have.
It's fantastic. Now, all these specials are available not only on our website, but they're also available with our dealers. So we want to make sure, don't think that if you have a local dealer and you're excited and you love working with them, they will be available to get any of these products and get them ordered for you, or you can come to our website. Now, if you're like, well, I don't have a dealer in my area and I'd love to have, I know this such and such quilt shop, and they are great. I'd love them to be a Grace dealer. Let us know. We want to expand into where you guys are, and we know that you know where the best quilt shops are, and we would love to have them be a great Grace dealer. So let us know about that so we can get more of our dealers set up and we can get all connected. Now, someone had asked a question about how do you protect the mat from the circle cutter. It's the same thing as your regular cutters. The mat is a self-healing, so you just want to make sure you're not cutting in the same space all the time, allow it to heal, but it's going to cut the same way as those regular rotary cutters. So have the blade and it'll go down to the mat. Okay, I think I've talked about all the promotions. I want to talk a little bit about our big big announcement that we're going to do later. Now, this is a new product that we're going to be talking about later today, the very end of the show.
Oh, it got taller. It got taller from yesterday.
It did get taller. I'm not going to talk about why it got taller or what it is, but yes, we want you to join us. So join us again at the very end of the event. We're going to be talking about what it is, how it's going to change your life, the industry, everything. It's going to be super exciting. So don't miss coming, and it's at the very end of the event. So stay tuned on that.
Stay tuned.
You want to make sure that you're all set.
It's very innovative that it changes, it shapeshifts.
It changes size, yeah. Okay, so I also want to do, we have our regular big giveaway that we want to do, but I also want to do a bingo giveaway.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got my handy dandy bingo here with all our different colored balls, and the balls stand for a different giveaway. So I'm going to spin my thing and we'll see what comes out. Ooh, this is a yellow one. I don't think we had a yellow yesterday. Okay, our yellow prize is the True Sharp 2 Power Sharpener. That's going to be the giveaway that we're going to do today. It is an electric sharpener. It has a plug. It doesn't show there in the picture. Someone asked if it was battery. It's not a battery, it's a plugged in thing. And you can see that blade that's in there is a tri-wing design. So it only works with a tri-wing design. If you have just a circle in your blade, it won't sharpen. You'll have to use the linear for that. But $82.95 normal price. It's going to be a fantastic giveaway. Now we're going to ask a question, and we're going to give away for our Facebook, our YouTube, and our platform. So we will have a random generator for each of those sections, and not necessarily the first, because technology is different, and you could send it from here and it doesn't come, and even though you clicked it first, we don't want to go through that. We're just going to do a random person. So is everybody ready for the question?
All right.
What is the special we are running on the Finesse Thread? So not the special that's in the pack, the accessory pack, but what is the special for the thread when you're purchasing it? So I know we've talked a lot about Finesse Thread. I love how nice it is when it works together, right? I always try and put the same color in my bobbin as what I have on the top. and it just flows well together. It, you know, helps with tension. We tried one the other day, we were sewing, and I was like, what is wrong with this machine? And we opened it up and someone had switched out the bobbin for a different type of thread. I was like, oh, here's our problem. I don't have finesse in here. I got something else. So it's not working.
Yeah, that's important. And that's one of the things, you know, that I had to learn when I made the transition from domestic to long arm. Oh, that tension in the bobbin with the thread. You gotta make sure they carry. So it's good. Yeah, I love and then they have the pre-wounds as well.
Yeah, so there's the pre-wounds, and pre-wounds are also part of that buy 3 get 1 free. So you can get pre-wounds, you can get variegated, you can get solid, all of them. Whatever is the lowest amount will be the free item. But check it out on our site or on dealers. It's a great thing. Well, I think I've stalled long enough for everybody to get their answers in, and it looks like everybody has been paying attention and gotten the buy 3 get 1 free. So that is correct. So we're going to pick our Facebook random person. So drum roll.
Melanie Curtis Barker.
Congratulations, Melanie. That's fantastic. I'm so excited for you. And next, our YouTube winner,
Christine Bell.
Christine, woohoo! Oh man, this could be great. And then finally, our Grace platform winner,
Pam Van Auken. I hope I said that right, but congratulations.
I think you said that right. Yeah. Congratulations, Pam. Now, all 3 of you, and for anybody who won a bingo prize yesterday, we ask that you email Allegra at graceframe.com. She is our prize coordinator here at Grace Company. Let her know how to get that sharpener to you. And if you have any questions about the sharpener, you can reach out to Allegra or anybody else on our sales team, and we can help you walk through anything, how you use it, all those instructions. There's some great videos on our YouTube page about it as well, but it's just going to extend the life of your blades so that you can keep cutting longer without using as much money to buy new blades over and over and over again, right? Okay, I think we are ready for our big giveaway today. This is our pre-registration giveaway for our Sure Stitch Elite. Now we have a list of people have asked, like, do we use the Sure Stitch Elite with the Little Rebel? No, the Little Rebel has its own optical encoders. So this Sure Stitch Elite works with a domestic machine, and either on our site or any of our dealers, they have a list of all the compatible domestic machines. So the Sure Stitch Elite is, I believe, a $900 value. $999.95. There we go. Even more, almost $1,000 value for this Sure Stitch Elite. So if you are thinking, I'm not quite ready for a whole quilting machine, but I'm ready for the next step in my quilting to get my domestic with stitch regulation. You only need one stitch regulator, and it works with all the machines that it's compatible with, which is great. I know someone had a Brother and a Juki, and they would switch back and forth to which one they're using, but $999.95. So big drum roll.
Drum roll. Penny Crow.
Congratulations, Penny. We will reach out to you because we have your information since you're pre-registration. Again, if you would like a chance to win any of the big prizes, go to our Grace Frame site, and you can get there from our website. Go to the events page, go to Fall Festival, sign up. Once you pre-register, then you're set up for the whole time, and you can win one of these fantastic prizes of the pre-registration. So congratulations, Penny. But today, we have so much stuff this morning that I'm just really looking forward to. We've got Sabrina. She's doing a thread painting on her with the Finesse Thread. I saw her quilt when she was working on it. It's so cool. I'm really excited for everybody to see that one. We have Jenna talking about hooping techniques that'll be great with your Cutie, Q-Zone hoop or Evolution hoop. And then we're going to talk about our 19X series. So this is part of our new giveaway for later today. You'll learn all about that fantastic machine. We have Janet George talking about QCT6. And then we've got Jenna doing a applique pet portrait, which is so fun.
I'm excited about all of them.
But I know that one's really cute. And then Angelique will finish out the morning talking about the couching foot. This is one of my favorite accessories that we have that works on our Qnique and our Little Rebel. But okay, so stick around. Kina and I will be back at what time, Kina?
We'll be back for the midday live at 1 p.m.
Yes.
Mountain
We'll do more
Standard Time.
giveaways, Mountain Standard Time. Yeah, we'll do more giveaways. We'll talk about other things, but yeah, we'll join you then. Thanks so much, everybody. See you in a bit.
We'll be back.
Hi, and welcome back to Fall Festival. Today, we're going to be talking about thread painting and the practical application. So I have here a project that I started. I used QCT and our couching foot to create this design. So it kind of looks like a velvet coloring page. First off, we're going to start and talk about how to fill in large spaces. This raccoon has a ton of empty space, and you can see some of it is already filled in and some of it is not. So the first thing that I went around and did is just added some basic loops. So you can see it's kind of like scribbling, but in doing that, it creates a base layer and you can't really see it unless you know it's there. So once you go back over it, it's not a big deal. So we're gonna start here at the bottom and we're gonna add a little bit more density with that. So basically what I'm doing is practicing my loops. It's a great way to just go back and forth, and it does help to eliminate some of that thread breakage. So as we go back and forth in these loops, you can start to kind of narrow your loops so that they're similar to lines, and we're just filling in that white space. Now we can start to kind of go up and down, and we're basically just adding texture. In this small space, I can go back and forth pretty quickly and give it kind of that embroidered look. And the nice part is that couching is very forgiving. So you can cover it up quite a bit and you won't even be able to tell you stitched over parts of it. And you can go pretty fast, but if you notice, the overspeed light never turns on here. So you want to fill it in, but make sure you're not overworking the machine. Okay, so in here, I kind of did my loops so that I could tell what direction I wanted my thread to go. Similar to how you would change direction with a colored pencil to add the texture or the direction you wanted with your art piece. So I'm gonna go ahead and start to angle my stitches and kind of give it a little bit of curvature so that it lines up with this edge piece of fur. And it'll naturally just kind of meet up. And I'm just angling and going back and forth with my machine. And this is something you don't have to have any particular skill for. You can just go back and forth with the machine. It doesn't require any special skill builders or anything. In fact, learning to go back and forth with your machine, learning to get to know all of the intricacies, and trust me, you're gonna have to rethread it every time as you change color. This is a great way to just practice getting comfortable with the feel of your machine. So we'll keep going here. And just going to follow that curvature there of the raccoon. And we're going to go back to doing these loops to fill in this large area. I also wanted a clear field of view when I did this project. So we are using the 360 Wonderfoot. I tried out several different feet, several different colors of thread, and I will say that using the Wonderfoot to fill in like this is the best way to do it. The other thing you can do is play with your SPI. I have my machine in precise mode, so that way when I stop, my machine stops. I don't have to worry about it adding extra stitches where I don't want it to, or creating extra holes in the fabric or layers or anything like that. So I originally started this filling in at 12 SPI, and that's stitches per inch for those of you that don't know. But I started at a really, really dense stitching pattern. And I recognized that maybe that wasn't the best way to fill this in, and it was adding a little bit of extra burden on the machine than I needed to give it. So I lowered it down to 8. And dropping that SPI down gave a completely different look to the thread painting that I ended up just loving. So play around with your SPI. If you're doing something dense like this, maybe lower it down to an 8, even as low as a 4. See what it does for you, because it could change the whole outlook of your design and end up looking really awesome. All right, and we had a little bit of thread breakage. That's okay. When you are quilting large areas like this with super dense stitching, it is not unreasonable for your thread to break. We'll just set that off to the side, go back through our thread guide here. The other thing that's important to note is you are going to want to oil your machine and change your needle fairly frequently. When you're doing this many stitches on a thread painting project like this, it's going to be a necessity to have those extra needles on hand and to have extra bobbins, have that oil handy, so that way your machine doesn't get anything bogged down. We'll pop back down here and we'll start again. I do not care about what's on the back because this is going to be a wall hanging, so I'm not going to worry about pulling up my bobbin or doing anything crazy there, especially when I have this kind of dense stitching. I'm just going to hold on to my top thread and trim that here. And we'll get back to it. This is also a fun time to experiment with those thread colors you wouldn't normally use, to find out just kind of what they look like when they're stitched out, because sometimes it looks very different on a thread cone than it does stitched out on your project. Maybe you bought a pack of something and you're a little bit nervous to try it. Try out a little piece of thread painting. Make a little design. You can either draw it, you can couch it, whatever you want to do. Fill it in and make something beautiful. All right, so we've come to the edge and I've kind of backed myself into a corner. So I'm actually gonna pop myself over and come down into here and we'll go into our next steps. So we're just gonna travel and meander down there. And now we're gonna talk about those basic loops like we did earlier. So you can see, to fill in this space, I am just doing basic loops. And my only thing here is I don't want to fill in his face. So I'm gonna go ahead and travel and make sure I've got the line that I want. Okay, and that's gonna be his neckline. So we're gonna go ahead, hop in, add some of those loops. All right, and we're gonna come back up and down and fill in this area here. And you'll see I'm going to change direction so that I know when I go back to fill this in a little bit more densely, what direction I want the thread to go. I'm going to come in at an angle here and change direction again. And we'll meet this where it is. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and finish this blue section later. You guys kind of have the idea of what we're doing with that dense stitching, with the filling in, with the loops, everything there. So we're gonna move on to a different technique, and I am gonna pull my bobbin up in this case, as I am going to be switching thread colors. And I am going to use this color here. This is Denim by Finesse. So I'm gonna fill in these little pieces here. So what I've done is just done some basic meandering with a little bit of echoing in this one. So I'm gonna go ahead, pull up my bobbin, lift my thread, and I'm gonna do just some back and forth loopy meander. I'm gonna pause what I'm doing, make sure that I trim my threads, and I am going to increase my SPI. So I'm going to go back up to 12 so that it has a dense look for this free motion that we're doing. And I am just going to add some loops into his little tail and give that a little bit more texture. And just change direction here. This is a great way to practice those loops, the meandering, and just filling in your blank space. All right, so we've gotten that one done. And let's scooch on over to this one. And I'm gonna do some waves here again, like I did previously. And that fills that in. Kind of gives it a scribbly texture, but it looks really cool. So we'll go ahead and do this one here. So I'm gonna pick it up, go back and forth, come down, and echo those lines. And that one's full. Now we're just gonna keep picking patterns that will fill in the space. Remember, it's a coloring page, so just have fun with it. Whatever you do, make it yours. Perfect, so we've trimmed that up. Now all of these little sections are done. We've got an arm here, and in that one, I did some swirls. So we're gonna change thread color again. We'll go ahead and pop that right out and swap to this minty color. And this is our ice blue. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up my bobbin thread since I am gonna be doing some swirls. This is just some fun little free motion that we're gonna go ahead and do here. So we're gonna start by doing just a little swirl and echoing around. And swirling some more. And now I'm going to go ahead and trim my tails so they don't get in the way here. All right, now I can swirl my pieces again. And I'm just going to echo around, add some swirl, add some texture to his little hands here. And it's kind of fun. It is a little bit hard to see, but when you look up close, you can see all of the texture that we've put into this. All right, we've got his other little arm taken care of here. Now we're gonna tackle this big flower here. I'm gonna go ahead and add in a nice burgundy. I'm gonna go ahead and swap my foot out because I'm not doing that dense stitching anymore. So we'll go ahead and take off that Wonderfoot here. And I'm gonna use my open toe foot. So we'll go ahead and slide this on. And we're gonna pop back over to this flower here. The nice part about the 21 is that it's great for thread painting. You have so much throat space that you can come all the way down. You don't have to worry about it. There is so much room for all of your designs.
Welcome back to Fall Festival, and today I'm so excited to show you, if you are a new quilter, some new ways to free motion quilt. Let's start with the basics. And today I'm going to be using the Evolution Hoop Frame and the 21X Elite. If you do not have a whole lot of space at home, then this frame is perfect for you. What's really nice about the hoop frame, especially the Evolution Elite hoop frame, is let's say in the future you're ready to upgrade to an 8-foot, 10-foot, maybe even 12-foot rolling frame. All we have to do is send you the parts, and then you just take apart this guy, add some stuff to it, and you got a brand new frame. But if you only have 5 feet of space in your house, this guy is perfect, and you can quilt any size quilt on it. And today I'm going to show you an easy throw quilt. One of my favorite ways to practice free motion quilting is to make one of the easiest quilts ever, and that is buying a layer cake. Well, maybe not ever, but it's pretty easy. You buy a layer cake, you throw it together, all of the fabrics already work together, and on every single block, you can do something different. Today, I've made a Halloween layer cake, and let me show you how you're gonna wanna baste it, especially when you use minky on the back. We need to baste it. So let me show you how to baste it really quick. What I've done is I laid my minky out and then I wipe it down to get all the wrinkles out. You want your backing and your batting to be around 4 inches larger than your quilt top. For a hoop frame, I like to make it 5 inches because it's easier to put it on the quilt without a leader. Once your backing and batting are all smooth, we're gonna add our quilt top. Now we're gonna pin baste it. We're gonna start in the middle. For those of you at home, what methods do you baste? I have pinned all of the points, and in a perfect world, I would go back and pin the centers of all of these. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay my quilt on top of my machine, or my frame technically, and I am just wanting to get it all lined up. And one thing, I'm not gonna clip it all the way on yet. I'm not gonna clip it all the way on yet because what I wanna do is, one thing that is really hard when you're using a hoop frame is to see your quilting edge. Like you can see, I'm moving this all the way over and I move it up and it kind of hits a little bit. I'm gonna use the edge warning in our toolbox, and I am gonna set it to 1 inch. I'm gonna go to the top left, and I wanna make sure to move my machine all the way to the back, just right, so you can see it's up and down. I'm moving it back and forth. I'm going all the way to the back. Right here, I'm gonna move a little bit forward, press set, and then I'm gonna go all the way to the bottom right. I'm gonna do that same thing where I'm gonna pull my machine forward, see where I can go. I can go right here. It's going back and forth. Perfect. I'm gonna pull it forward, set it, and now when I get within 1 inch of the edge of my quilting space, it will go ahead and beep at me and turn red. Let's load the quilt. I wanna make sure I don't load the quilt past this space right here. So I'm not gonna move it anymore this way because this is the edge of my quilting space. I'm gonna use these large clippies to snap on my quilt. And these ones, I'm gonna be honest, they're a little bit tricky to use just because they are so powerful and they hold down your quilt. Like your quilt's not coming up. They're made so if you squeeze the top of them, they come off so easily. You wanna make sure that the open space is in the back so that when you have extra quilt, you can roll it up into that space. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and baste the top. Now we're ready to free motion quilt. And I'm gonna show you my favorite 3 beginner ways to just get started. We call them meandering, ribbons, and loops. Those are the 3 basic organic shapes that you want to learn to get started free motioning. And once you learn those 3, you can switch them up to do so many different things. So let's just start with basic meandering. Meandering, I'm going to take my finger and I'm going to kind of trace along. All meandering is a squiggle. Just like when you doodle and you squiggle, you want no lines to overlap, and you just want even spaces. I'm just making sure that everything is spaced out kind of equally and that no lines are touching each other. And I'm just going around in really no random rhyme or fashion. And I want to keep this meander in just this box. Fun fact, I used to decorate cakes for a living, and this design is called Corneli lace in cakes. Next, we're gonna move on to ribbons. Some people call them candy ribbons, but you're just looping back and forth, and you're kind of pretending you are going around a penny. If you have like a zigzag of pennies, you're going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And what I like to do is sometimes I like to draw a line, and then then everything will be spaced out evenly. But in this case, I'm looking at this row of white stars, and that's just gonna be kind of where I'm gonna stop. So I'm gonna go around just like this. You want your loops to look super round and spaced out evenly. Go down. We're gonna come back here. We're gonna do the same thing, and I'm just gonna do 3 rows of ribbon. If you focus on where you're going rather than where your needle is hitting, then your loops are gonna be more even and round. When I get to the edge like this, I'll just go the next side. And here we've got our basic ribbons. Ribbons are really good if you have sashing. They look amazing in sashing. We're gonna do something a little fun with them later where you can do different sizes, and that's really fun, especially if you're doing it in like a diamond shape or something. Love that. But now we're gonna move on to the third one, loops. And with loops, there are so many different ways you can do them. But we're gonna start with the basic loop, and I'm gonna go up and back and up and back. So it's back and forth. And we're gonna start by just going left to right and back, kind of like a snake on our fabric. If you wanted, you can do them kind of like a meander where you go in random ways, but the goal is to get my loops even sizes and spaced out consistently. My loops should be spaced out pretty consistently. And now before moving on to my next one, I'm gonna go ahead and rezone my quilt. And when doing a quilt on a hoop frame like this, you want to start at the top and move up, down, left to right. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch it up. So we've done the first row of our meandering ribbons and our loops, and now we're gonna switch it up to do something fun with it. And I'm gonna start with my loops. I'm gonna do the basic loop design that I just did, but I am going to, instead of doing one loop, I'm gonna switch it up by doing double loops. So I'm gonna go around and around and back, around and around and back. And still the goal is to get consistent sized loops and to have them the same distance apart. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move on and I'm gonna do some meandering, except I'm just gonna switch it up a little bit. And I'm gonna do something that looks kind of like ribbons. So I'm gonna do a larger meandering all the way around. And I'm just gonna bring it back to my original point. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back over it again, except I am going to just kind of do a little bit of overlapping, especially in the curves. I'm just gonna do it a little bit smaller than I did before. Bring it back. And now we've got something that looks like little hair ribbons. We're gonna move to the next one and go back to our regular ribbons. And we're gonna do something similar with this. Especially when you're a new quilter and you're doing ribbons just like we did up here in this green space, where you're doing the back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's not gonna look very consistent at first, and that's okay. It just takes time and practice. And so this is one way to make it look like it's purposeful, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do my ribbon like normal, and I'm kind of following the line of these pumpkins right now. And are you ready for the secret? We're gonna do the same thing that we just did right here, where I'm just gonna go back over. I'm just doing little smaller loops inside and crossing back over. And then it looks like it's on purpose. I'm gonna do that again. I'm gonna go ahead and finish up here, and I'm gonna rezone and quilt until I am finished, and let's see the final results. All right, I took this home and I bound it and I washed it, and I just love the way it turned out. So you can see we started on the first block with your basic meandering. We moved to ribbons and then to loops, and then I elevated each of these by doing wonky ribbons, and so I traced out kind of a pattern of how big and how weird I wanted like the shape of my ribbons to go, and I just followed that to go bigger and smaller and fill the space. Here I did some funky meandering by adding a little shape in the middle, and because this is a Halloween quilt, I decided to do boo! So I did some little meanderings and wrote boo, and then my way to elevate the little loops is I add little ghosties. That's what I love about loops and meandering, is you can just do whatever you feel like with them, and you can add stars and hearts, and depending on the holiday, you can add anything you want. And so these guys have little ghosties. Then another way to elevate the ribbons is I call it a bounce back. It's kind of like an echo where you go all the way down doing your ribbons and then you bounce back doing a smaller ribbon, and it kind of looks like candy. And these ones are perfect if you don't have a lot of confidence in your ribbons, because they look perfect every single time even though you secretly know they're not. Then a way to elevate meandering is this is the same thing with a bounce back, where I did a large all over meandering and then I bounced back to give it that ribbon look. And then the last way I elevated my loops is I did double loops. So I went around loop, around loop, around loop. And these are 9 different ways that you could elevate your quilting easily. And look, now we have a beautiful Halloween quilt to either give as a gift. You can do this easy for Christmas if you have a lot of grandchildren. I can probably make like 5 of these quilts in a day just because there's no cutting and it's all layer cakes. And I could probably do 3 or 4 of these quilting in a day. And that's easy gifts. Let's see what else is going on in Fall Festival.
Hello and welcome to this year's Fall Festival. I'm Jaron Gibson, president here at Grace Company, and I hope you're enjoying all the demonstrations and projects so far. Our whole team has put a lot of thought into making this event the perfect addition to your busy fall schedule. Now, let's talk about the perfect addition to your sewing room. The Unique 19X series of longarm quilting machines was designed for your comfort and dependability. With either the Unique 19X or the 19X Elite, every time you step up to your quilting frame, you can feel confident knowing it was designed for you.
The Unique 19X series was made to get every stitch just right and to feel just right through every free motion design. The lightweight materials used to create these long arm machines make them easy to maneuver and as comfortable as the domestic sewing machine you know and love. You can get the extended reach, the impressive technology, and the must-have features of a long arm without the discomfort and intimidation. Whatever the layout of your crafting space, whatever your budget, whatever quilt you're making, make it you with the Unique 19X series.
The Unique 19X series is a great fit for beginning long-arm quilters and experienced long-armers alike. The machine is comfortable enough to inspire confidence in beginners and packed with all the features that professionals look for when finishing their quilts. Let's take a look at those features now.
Get to know the machine that was made for you, the Unique 19X and the Unique 19X Elite. Both machine models are made with adjustable handles, so you can find the most comfortable position for you. The soft ergonomic handles are designed to follow the contours of your hands for longer, more comfortable quilting sessions without any aches or pains. There are 2 clearly labeled buttons on each handle. Start or stop the machine, move the needle position up or down, and adjust the machine's speed, all without taking your hands off the handles. Get a clear view of your stitching with the dimmable needle light. Set your light to the brightness you need to see your stitches or thread your needle with ease. Wind your bobbins with the built-in bobbin winder. The fill level sensors and easy-to-use controls will make sure you get the tension just right. And with the dual thread mast, you can even wind bobbins while you quilt. Choose between 4 stitch modes that are perfectly matched to your quilting style. With Precise, the needle only moves when you do, and maintains consistent stitching. With Cruise, the machine will keep stitching even if you pause. With Manual, the machine will stitch at a constant speed, so you can control the stitch size with your movement. Finally, Based uses large stitches to tack down your quilt sandwich. The patented edge warning feature will alert you when you approach the boundary of your quiltable area, so you'll never be caught off guard by the rails of your quilting frame, and your pattern won't have to pay the price. Quilt larger blocks with 19 inches of throat space. With the Unique 19X series, your patterns can be larger and more intricate, and you can finish your quilts faster with fewer fabric adjustments. The Unique 19X Elite features a 7-inch full-color display. The large touchscreen makes it easy to access the variety of tools and options, including help guides and instructions. You can even key in bobbin yardage and save that information to your machine, so you'll never lose another game of bobbin roulette. The Unique 19X's full-color OLED touchscreen is a smaller 2.4 inches, but its user-friendly menus still allow you to adjust settings and select tools and functions with ease. Quilt through any fabric and cruise through any pattern with the Quilting 19X Elite's high-powered motor. Stitch up to 2,600 stitches per minute. And with the built-in stitch regulation, rest assured that your stitches will be beautifully consistent. With speeds up to 2,000 stitches per minute, the Quilting 19X series is just as ready for any project as you can dream of. The Quilting 19X and the Quilting 19X Elite are compatible with each and every Grace Company quilting frame. So whatever your quilting space looks like, there's room for the Quilting 19X series. Make it you.
Clearly, there's a lot to love about the Quilting 19X series. Now, let's hear from some of the people who have experienced those exciting features firsthand.
My name is Cindy Horger, and I live in Oak Island, North Carolina. I've been sewing a long time, you know, when I was younger in high school, and then when I retired, I started quilting more for something to do. You need to have a hobby. You need to keep busy, and then I do quilt some for my one friend that lives up in Ohio, and she comes down here every once in a while and you know, brings me something to quilt, and I give her something that I quilted for her. And yeah, I just make things as gifts and give them away. I mean, how many quilts can one person have? I've had this machine just going on 2 years. So I guess 2 years. I have the unique 19X Elite. It's been really good. I've never quilted before, so it's my first long arm machine I've ever had. And it's been very easy to learn, really. I just mostly do the quilting with it. I watched some videos on how to attach your binding with it and stuff, but I've just mostly quilted with it. Being able to finish a quilt on my own. I had friends that would always send theirs out to a long arm quilter, and they had bought new machines, just regular sewing machines, and I thought, you know, I didn't need that. What I needed was a quilt machine, so I just went for it. Yeah, that way it just feels like I start the project and I complete it, and so it's all done by me. And it's very easy to follow along. I do use the automation. I've never really free motion much. I'd like to learn it, but it takes time to practice, and I've got a lot of other things I'm attempting to do. So it's worked really well. I couldn't believe that it was so easy, the instructions to put it all together, the frame and everything. It just was the best written instructions I've ever had. Let's put it that way. And then anytime I've had to call for support, if I've had a problem or something, the support has been great. When you're old, like me, hard to see the needle to thread it, but I get it done. Because sometimes I forget, you know, if I haven't used it in a while, it's like, okay, now how am I supposed to thread this? So yeah, I take those quick reference guides off the side there and use them all the time. I mean, it's very easy to follow. There was a lot of videos to watch, because like I said, I've never quilted before. I quilted on my regular domestic machine in the hoop for a while, and I wasn't happy with the tensions on it. I had problems with that sometimes, and that's why I decided to go to a long arm. Plus it's easier than having to move it constantly. Yeah, I bought this frame with the 19. It all came together. I've got the queen frame. I think it's a good value for the money. I looked at some other machines prior, and I think I was kind of interested in, I can't even think which one it was at the one time. And then I discovered the Grace machines, and I just thought they were a good price, you know, of good value for your money. So I've been happy with it. I like that I want to get better at it, but I like that you can customize, you know, and do certain things. I do a lot of the pantos, but I like to have something to customize a little more. I like to get better at that, but I play with it. That's real good. It goes well.
My name is Karen Nichols, and I am from Cross Lanes, West Virginia, which is just a little bit out of the city limits of Charleston, West Virginia, which is the state capital. My machine is the Quilting 19X. My experience with this machine has been awesome. Before, you know, I had the Cutie frame. I've had the Cutie frame for about 4 years, and I had a domestic machine set up on it. And of course, you know, even with the 10-inch harp that I had on the domestic machine, it still limited my quilting space to about 7, maybe 8 inches at the most. So when I got the 19X, it gave me 9 more inches of quilting space. So I don't have to rehoop near as much. And it's just been such a joy. My experience with the machine has just been wonderful. The sewing is much easier. The stitches are perfect. It's just everything I dreamed of. I have a limited space for a frame. So it is on a cutie frame. It is working very well. I was surprised. I thought the machine might be too heavy for this frame. It doesn't budge. It's just, it's really working well. Let's see, I have done some lap quilts. This was actually my learning curve for this machine. I got these. This was the first one I did. It's just a basic meander. You can see more on the back. It's just a little patchy type design on it. I really love this, and the backing matches the front. This on the bed is actually an oversized king quilt that I did on the cutie frame with this machine. The panels in the middle and the shams and the pillows, they were all done by panels that I collected. All of the squares on the bed there are all bee-themed fabrics. And then the one I've got on the frame now is a Lone Star that I've had for years, and just recently got it pieced. And so I'm working on that. I finished the ruler work in the middle, and now I'm working. You can see where I'm doing meander or free motion now on the white sections, and then I'll do that also around the corner of it. But that's what I have going on now. I have some things on the back burner now for my granddaughters and my grandsons and my son and daughter. They have king size beds, and now that I know I can do king size quilts, I'm going to make quilts for them. The grandkids, they like the twin size, that they can just throw over them. So I'm going to make some of those for them in their themes of soccer and ballet. And what I've enjoyed most is the extra harp space. The 19 inches, that is just awesome. The ease of using the machine, it's not difficult at all. I was really surprised. And when I was setting it up, I set it up all by myself when I got it, and I thought, oh my goodness, what have I got myself into? But it went on, the way it came packaged, it was very easy to put together. It was very easy to put on the frame, and the threading is easy. It's all marked out, very good. And moving it around, you just have to touch it, basically, and it goes. The stitches are always perfect. I haven't had any tension problems with this machine, and the instruction book that came with it is if you run into a problem, the answer is usually there. You follow that and it's perfect every time. So I would recommend it. And like I said before, I would recommend it because it is such a good machine. It's easy to operate. It's easy to thread. It's easy to troubleshoot. But I haven't had any problems. And the fact that I can use this 19-inch on a cutie frame is just like a game changer for me. I'm loving it.
If you've been looking for the Longarm machine that's just right for you, you found it. This machine is the perfect fit for your quilting style, the perfect fit for your budget. It's the perfect fit for you. Whether you're a new longarmer or you've been quilting for years, make it you with the Qunique 19X series. Thank you again for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your fall festival.
Hi, my name is Janet George, Grace Ambassador. Thanks for joining me in my Fall Festival workshop. I have a Unique 21X Elite with a Quilter's Evolution 12-foot Elite frame. Love them both. And so I'll be showing you 3 projects that are quickly put together and QCT takes them to fabulous. The first is a simple fall table runner. Just buy some fabric, put 2 borders on it, and then use QCT 6 Pro with gold to put it together. Here's the basic steps. To quilt this project, we'll be using QCT 6 Pro Gold. We'll tap on the gold features and choose borders and corners. The first thing we have to do is let QCT know where the corners are of our borders. So I'm going to move the needle up here to this top left corner, and then I'll be placing all the other corners where you see the pink dots. So the next one will be there, and then I'll just proceed to do that all the way around. Once the borders have been placed, then we'll need to set margins, and you do want the border style for this project on corner, and you want it to say top over there. So we're going to tap set margins. We're going to unlock the lock. The outer we want 1/2 to allow for the binding, and the inner I'm going to select 1/8. Okay, now I need to get patterns. It's numbered there, so it makes it real easy. So for the corner, I am choosing Swirling Leaf from Ann Bright, open. And then for the border, I will be selecting a Swirl of Leaves border, open. And now I need to save it. So I tap on the blue disc, and I've actually already got one version saved. I'm just going to tap on it and say save and say, yes, I'll overwrite it. And now I am ready to quilt it. So I will tap on Sew All because I want all of it to sew. And autofill was selected. Then I want to go into plugins, and I want to select fabric comp. And this is so that my stitching will align exactly with my border. So in fabric comp, you will see this dark line across the top, okay? So that means I can track my needle along this raw edge, and when I feel like it's not staying straight, I need to tap it. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to go all the way around. When I get to the end of the top, I'll tap next, and then I'll go over there to the far right and tap next, and then I'll go to the inner part of that border, and I just keep tapping next and tapping that green plus until I get all the way around. And that will tell QCT exactly where my border is so that my border will completely conform to how my border is. And then I'll tap OK and be able to stitch it out. I'm ready to pull the bobbin because I've finished telling QCT where all the edges are. I'm going to get my needle somewhere near that green dot, and I'm going to tap pull bobbin and take a stitch. I'll pull up the bobbin thread, and now I'm ready to tap sew, and we'll be back when this is finished. Okay, now we're ready to do the bottom. So if I had to quilt the inner part, then I could select that again and say open. I'm going to change this to bottom. It's kind of a toggle between that. And now I need to tell it where my margins are. So just like I did at the top, I'm going to move my needle over the corresponding pink dots. Okay, so now all the pink dots have been placed, and I need to set the margins, but they're good. I don't need to get the pattern, so I'm ready to sew all. And again, I will go into plugins and fabric comp. And just like I did at the top, I will rotate around that dark green line and track my needle down each line, tapping the plus so that QCT knows exactly where my border is, and noting that where the beginning and ending points are, you can't change those. You can only change in between those points. So we'll be back when the bottom has been stitched. So the bottom border has been stitched and the bobbin pulled and the thread tails buried. I'm going to tap finished and back to pattern placement. I'm now ready to stitch the inner part between the borders. And I've actually already designed it in Power Panto, so I just need to tap Read Panto and open my file. And the width and height auto-filled, and the way I did that was using that yellow ruler, and I tapped on that block. So I tapped on the top left corner and then the bottom right corner inside the borders and set apply measurement. So since that's already done, we're going to leave it. But I've used Power Panto Fit and Nest in order to create this, and I will say, this is smaller than what I want, but to use the entire height was bigger, so I went with the smaller. And we're going to say place as a single pattern because everything is going to stitch that's between the rails. There's no advancing. Okay, and I want 4 points to be selected because I want to be able to give margins. So I'm going to move my needle into each corner and tap the corresponding node. Okay, all 4 nodes have now been placed. They're showing in green, and I need to set a margin. So I'm going to tap on one of the zeros because the yellow lock is locked, 1/8, okay? And I need it to be on stretch, okay? I need that definitely to be on stretch. And now I will say quilt and go into plugins and do fabric comp. And at this point, I'll do what I showed earlier with the border. I'll just tap on next, and I'll go around all the lines and tapping on plus to track down the seam line. Okay, the center of the table runner has been quilted, and I've turned it on the rails, so now we need to finish off the ends. So I'll tap on gold features, borders and corners, and the first thing I want to do is lock verticals, and now all I need to do is just place my corner points. So I will do that. The nodes have now been placed, and we need to tap down and set the margins, unlock the lock. Outer is 1/2, inner is 1/8, okay? And I need to set the left edge and right edge, and that's where the beginning and ending stitches are. And I put a little blue dot on there so it'd be a lot easier for me to get it into the right spot. So that's my left edge, and that's my right edge. And now we need to get the pattern for the border, and that is a swirl of leaves by Ann Bright, open. And now we are ready to stitch. So we say sew all. Go to plugins and fabric comp, and at this point all I need to do is the top and the bottom. For doing your last border, you will use endpoint adjust to move your needle over exactly where the corner stitch ended and began over here so that your border in between perfectly connects. So now I'm ready to pull bobbin and sew. And when I get through with this, I will flip the other end. Instead of advancing, I'll just bring the other end and place it, and then I don't have to change anything. It will be ready to stitch again, and this will come off the rails and be ready for binding. The second project is a Christmas wall hanging. I got everything from Hobby Lobby, even the little wreath with the ornament I tied on and added little red berries. On the back, I did 2 6-inch squares and folded them and stitched them into the binding, and then just hand stitched this. If this is bagging out from the wall, you can use double-sided tape, and that will make it hang very nice. So here's the simple steps using QCT6 edge-to-edge tier. For this project, we'll be using the edge-to-edge tier in QCT6. The pattern I've selected is Let It Snow from Urban Elements, and I am ready to let QCT know where the top and side edges of my project are. On this screen, I will get my placement marks in case something should happen that I needed to restart. Okay, I've got my placement marks made, and it's time to pull the bobbin. And we're ready to sew. I've now advanced the project, and I'm ready to place the bottom, so I'll tap there. When you get to the bottom of the project, I've already placed the nodes on the side, but it's cutting it off. So I won't have a lot of wasted stitching at the bottom. So this is such a nice program, a nice tier in QCT to use. So I'm ready to pull my bobbin, and then this will be finished. The third project is a great gift for a child to give at Christmas. What you would do is double stitch this on your long arm and then let your kid color it with the new Sharpie fabric markers. I give creds to Kelly Klein for this idea, and then you can also hang it on the wall with double-sided tape and no wall gets damaged. So here's the simple steps on how to do that. To start out, we're going to tap on Select and Sew. The pattern that we will open is a gold pattern from October 2018 called Wicked. We will open that. The first thing we will do is tap multi and say, okay, we want 1 point center, and I already have a blue dot there marked in the very center, so I'm going to put my needle over this, and tap the gray node. And I'm not going to move my machine again for a long time. I want my needle to stay over that point. I already know that my block is going to be 4.5 inches. So the yellow lock is locked. I'm going to tap and say 4.5. Okay. And now that's all I need to do here. So I'm going to tap the word pattern. Would you like to place this pattern again? No. I now want to select another pattern. It's in block. And it's the butterfly that's on its side. And we're going to say open. I'm going to go ahead and tap the node to place it. It looks very hard to see, so we're just going to tap on the magnification line so that it makes it much easier to see. And now I'm going to change the size to 3. Okay. And we need to rotate it a little bit. So by tapping on that word reverse, it switches the blue arrows, and I'm going to kind of tilt it a little bit there. And I need to make it a little smaller, so I'm going to tap on this icon to shrink it down a little bit. And it looks like I need to move it down just a tad. And you'll notice that when I make changes, the node turns to gray as if it's not placed, which means it's not. So only at this point, I'm going to shift my needle just a tiny bit down and see if I like the placement a little better. And I do, okay? And then I can, let's see, maybe I want to reverse it. And you can just tinker all you need right here to get that placed exactly like you want it. And when you're satisfied, then tap that node and then tap pattern, because that's what places it, so to speak, or saves it like it is. Would you like to place this pattern again? No. At this point, you would save the design by tapping on that blue disc up there. To save time, I'm not going to do that, but consider that saved, and then you would X out and go back into Select and Sew, and then go to wherever you saved that file just then. And this is the file patterns, the path, so you'll be able to know where you were. So this was where I had already saved one earlier, so I'm going to open that up, and I'm going to tap on multi and OK. Okay, and now I need to place the node. So I'm going to move this back over that blue dot, okay? And I'm going to tap that gray node, and it turns it to green. And I'm going to tap pattern. I want to stitch this twice. So would you like to place it again? Yes. Okay. And again, I'm going to tap that gray node, and it places it directly over where I had just placed it. And then I'm going to tap pattern, and I'm going to say no. This is going to allow my pattern to stitch twice, which that's what I want for this project. Then I'll say quilt. And now I'm ready to pull my bobbin. And it takes that one stitch. And I'm going to pull up the bobbin and tap sew. And then as it gets through with the first stitching, I'll show you what I'm going to do in between the first stitching and the second. It just finished stitching the frame one time. Now it needs to stitch it the next time. It says move to next and sew. And then we'll be back when this is finished stitching. Okay, it's doing the lock stitches at the end of the second stitching of the frame. And now it's saying move to next, because you've got to stitch the butterfly. So it's very nice. It stitched the frame twice, and now it's going to stitch the butterfly twice. And we're not going to pull bobbin, we're just going to say sew. And we'll be back when it gets to the end. Okay, the last 3 lock stitches have been made, and it's time to pull the bobbin. I'll pull it away and get it close over and take that single stitch. And because I don't plan on washing and drying this, it's just going to be a wall hanging, I'm just going to clip it close, and the same with the beginning. And now it's time to take it off the rails and add the border and the binding and get it colored in. I'm now ready to color my design. I'll be using Stained by Sharpie fabric markers. I highly recommend that you take each marker and put a little tick mark to see how it colors on your fabric. And I put a little mark of each color so that I won't mess up as I'm coloring. Thanks for joining me in my workshop, and I hope you'll enjoy giving them a try. Happy fall, y'all.
Welcome back to Fall Festival, everyone. I hope that you've been having the best time. And today, my segment is all about bringing out the artsiness in your quilting self. And I want to teach you how to do an applique and take a picture of whatever you want, change the values of it, and then make something out of it. This is my best friend's dog. Her name's Lily. She's the cutest. I didn't like dogs until I met Lily. I know, crazy, right? But Lily, amazing. And I wanted to turn Lily into an applique to put on a quilt for her. And I want to show you how I did it. The first thing you're going to do is remove the background of your picture. If you Google background remover, this website pops up and I love it. It is so easy to use. All you do is upload your picture, and if they miss anything, like in this photo, they missed the blanket, they have a little tool where you just brush over what you want to remove and then it gets rid of it for you. And to edit this photo, I am using the GNU image manipulation program. It is free and easy to use, so that's why I'm choosing it over other programs. But if you know how to do this on other programs, then you don't even need this. First, you are going to click on the tab that says Colors, then click Saturation, and you're going to turn the saturation all the way down on your photo. This is going to turn your photo black and white. Then you're going to go back to that colored tab and click Adjust Brightness and Contrast. And you want to adjust your contrast to be greater because a high contrast photo does better when you're turning it into different values for applique. Lastly, you're going to go back to the color tab and click Polarize. And you're going to adjust the polarize levels to be what you want it to be. So the number just means how many values there are. I chose to do 5 values, and then I could choose 5 different fabrics to work with. Then I have my photo absolutely perfect, and I'm going to print it off as a poster. And so I just used a website online. You could just Google, make a poster, and then print it off and tape it together, or you can pay for your local print shop to print it off as a poster. So I turned her picture and I polarized it and turned it into 5 different values. Then I went to my local quilt shop, shout out Sotopia, and I got different fabrics that match those values. So I got this like burgundy Merlot shade for the dark value, got this orange for the next value up. Then I have this burnt orangish, more towards the yellow side, next value up. And then for our lighter shades, I wanted to go for something really fun. And so this one has more, it's a lower volume fabric that has little flowers on it. It's so cute. And then the white is same thing, lower volume, and it's white on white. Love it. If you're gonna do some applique like this, lower volume fabrics work better because your main focus is not necessarily the fabric, but it's the big picture. And so they blend really well. What we're going to do is I printed out this picture of Lily. I taped her together. And what I did is I took some scissors, and for each value and each section of Lily, I cut out around each value. And I wasn't perfect. Like up here, you see there's a lot of little pieces. And so I just cut out random shapes that are similar to the size of those pieces. But I'm going to show you down here on this last little part. So I'm going to just cut out around this, and this is the middle value. This one's going to be our burnt orangish. And I'm just doing a general cut. It doesn't have to be perfect, that's okay. Then after you cut it out, you're going to get your fabric, and I put Wonder under on the back. And I'm going to put a piece I cut out upside down, and I'm just tracing around the shape. You could use magnets or weights or whatever you want to hold down your paper, but I am just going for it. Then you're going to cut around what you just traced. When making this, I put together like 6 different versions of Lily and cut them out a million different ways to get all of these little pieces. If I were you, I would start with the big pieces. So in the back, it's mainly the darker shade and then the next darker one, slightly lighter. So you're gonna cut out all the big pieces first and then layer on the little pieces at the end. So now that I have this piece cut out, I'm going to take this same piece, and there is a lighter value in the middle, and so I'm going to do the same thing again, where I'm just going to cut it out. The thing about doing a project like this is you just need a lot of patience. Creating Lily took 3 full days of work, and so just know that it is going to take a hot minute. So now my next value up is going to be this fun yellow color with the little flowers. Now that I've made our little pieces, we're gonna add them to Lily, and you wanna make sure to take off the back. And with Wonder Under, it adheres with steam, and so we're gonna make sure to steam it nice. You're gonna place it where you want, steam it. It's gonna be so good. While I'm here, I'm just gonna steam a couple of the other pieces. And then I just have a couple other little tiny pieces that I want to add. And if you look at my Lily right here, these are just all the little guys. And so let's got this one's gonna go right here. So I'm gonna put it there, do a quick steam. Now we've got Lily finished, and she's so cute. I'm obsessed with all of the little details on her. This is the quilt top I made for Lily. The reason I went with a blue is because I wanted there to be a high contrast between Lily and the background, and I also wanted it to be super fun. So what I'm gonna do is I purposely made it so there's this bottom bit, because when your eye looks at a quilt, it wants a place to rest. So this piece right here is your resting spot, and then you also have this white to break up the chaos of up here versus the calm of down here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put Lily somewhere in the rule of thirds spot. So if you know art at all, when you look at a painting or something, you want to think of it, or when you make a quilt even, you want to think of it in thirds. So thirds this way and thirds this way. And I am wanting Lily to be right here, somewhere in this thirds area. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring it over to my iron, and we're just gonna steam Lily down so she is perfect. Okay, now that we have Lily ironed on to our quilt top, we're gonna take her over to our 19X Elite, and we're gonna quilt her, and I'm gonna show you how to do some fun artsy style quilting and kind of plan out what you're gonna do when you have so much space. I've put Lily on my frame, and now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get ready to quilt. What we've gotta do is every time I start a new project on my long arm, I want a brand new needle, especially when I'm doing something that has taken me forever and I am just so invested in this piece. I want it to turn out the best. So I am gonna change the needle, and I'm putting a size 16 needle on it. You see on our needle, there is a little bump. I call it the little belly. You want the belly facing forward. And if you do not know if your needle is perfectly straight, our machines have a magnet. If the magnet is facing perfectly forward, then my needle is aligned. If you do not have a magnet at home, or if you lose them because they're so itty bitty, you can put a colored piece of paper behind the eye of the needle, and if you can see straight through the needle, straight through the eye of the needle, then your needle is on straight. And this one looks perfect. We're just gonna tighten it so it doesn't fall out, just a hair. Okay, and we already went ahead and changed our foot, and I decided to use the open-toed foot so that I can see a lot of my quilting, especially when I get down to Lily, because there are so many little pieces. I need to be able to see exactly where I am quilting so that I can outline them perfectly. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna check the hopping foot height. If you do not have a hopping foot height gauge, what I recommend is using a thicker piece of cardstock. So I'm just gonna take my machine over to the side. I wanna make sure my needle is in the down position, and I'm going to put my hopping foot height gauge under my needle, and then tighten it, make sure it can move around. We're good. Okay. Now we have a new needle and our hopping foot height is correct. Now all we have to do is pick some thread, which I absolutely love. It's one of my favorite parts. I have a couple different options, and I want you at home to tell me which one you think is best. So here is that ice blue, and here is, this one is called Candy Floss, and this is more of a blue. I'm thinking of going with the Candy Floss. I just like the way it meshes in really well with the white and the blue, and I think it will look really good, especially on the borders. One of my favorite features about the 19X Elite is this thread guide, and I know not all machines have a thread guide, and it just makes it easy so that every time I don't have to go look in the manual, I won't forget, and I just follow the numbers. For my bobbin, I am just going to use all the same color. I have an orange as my back, but the bobbin color, I'm just using a white. Okay, the last thing we are going to do before we start quilting it is we need to baste it. Another one of my favorite features on the machine is in the toolbox, there are so many tools to use, and specifically the measurement tool. I was over at one of our ambassadors' house filming some stuff, and she was showing me how she uses the measurement tool. Shout out to Lacey Messerly. And I go, genius, Lacey, you're a genius. So I'm gonna click the measurement tool, and right where it's the up and down bar, that shows how far the machine is up and down, back and forward. You're gonna put your needle at the corner of your quilt, and this says 0.5, we're gonna say like 0.55 inches, right? A little over 1.5 inches. So I'm gonna go to the middle of my quilt, and I'm gonna find around 1/2 inch, and it looks like the top of my quilt is not all the way there yet. Come on, where is it? There we go. So I'm gonna keep moving it down just a hair, and then I'm gonna go over here. Again, wanna make sure the edge is at 0.55. And then I'm just gonna make sure to move everything down with it to make sure it is all lined up. And it looks like we are good to go. Another way you can get your top straight is if you have channel locks on the back of your machine, channel lock right at the top, sew a basting stitch across the top, and then line up your quilt to that line. I'm gonna start from the middle and go out. When I do a basting stitch, this is my favorite time to check the tension, because when I'm basting, do I really care about the tension? No, not necessarily. Move it up, needle up and down, and then let's go ahead and start stitching. I want a very low SPI for this. You could also use the basting mode on our machine. They're awesome. If you want your long armor to love you, or if you are your own long armor and you want to love yourself even more than you do now, one thing that you want to do is you want to sew, some people call it like a victory lap or something or another, but you basically want to sew, you can see it over here, 1/8 of an inch all the way around your quilt. And that will lock in all the seams, especially on a quilt like this where I have so many seams. We just need that to work. So I'm gonna base the top. What I like to do is base the top first. And then I like to go down and base the sides. Okay, now that it is basted, I'm going to tighten my back, and I just want to make sure everything is bouncy and nice. I'm going to finish basting the sides using that basting stitch, and later on today I'm going to show you how to quilt Lily, and I'm so excited to show you the different aspects and how we're going to turn this quilt, even though it's already great, and enhance it using some awesome free motion quilting. Stay tuned.
upcycling is a great way to bring new luster to things that maybe have been sitting around a while and aren't as trendy as they used to be. So today I'm going to show you how you can use couching to upcycle a jacket, make it unique and personalized for fall.
Before getting started on couching, you'll want to wash and dry your jacket. If you do plan to couch on the upper back of the jacket, be sure to remove the label, as this could impede your stitching, creating a thicker area. Next, you want to lay out your fabric so that it is nice and flat, and you're going to draw out your design. For a darker denim jacket, I would recommend using a light chalk, but for a lighter denim, I think it's easier to use an erasable pen. Once I finished drawing out my design, I took a picture of the drawing and I put it into my tablet. Then I used my tablet to draw different colors over the image to try to decide what colors I wanted to use.
The next thing that I'm going to do is I want to get where I want to start for my jacket. The needle that I am using for this, because I am using denim, you absolutely want to use at minimum an 18, which is for very heavy. There's also larger needles. Definitely don't go any smaller than an 18. I am using a couple of feet from the 9-foot or the 9-piece foot attachment, which works with all of our machines. I'm going to be using 2 of the couching feet. I'm using the large one for my larger yarn, and I'm using the medium one for the worsted weight yarn that I'm using. I'm going to leave this a little bit loose to start with so that I can easily get my machine underneath it. Find some places where I don't have a button or a pocket or something like that, because like I said, it's not a quilt. And I'm really just couching the back side of it because I figured that's really where I want that uniqueness to be. All right, so I have it where I want it to be. So now I want to position where I want to start with my project. One of the most important parts of this is it needs to be really tight. So I'm going to start by giving it a bit of a twist here. And I want to add my bungees because I want to make it tight on the sides as well. So just wherever I can find a good place for that bungee. I like to put the bungees on first just to see where do I need to deal with my sleeves. And once I get my sleeves pinned down and out of the way, I'm then going to tighten my bungees. So we're going to give this a nice pull on this side, and we'll do it on the other side as well. And that looks pretty good there. I want to add some more tension this way. All right, now that I have this pretty much how I want it, I'm going to double check the height of my foot. And that's because, again, it's a thinner project, right? It's shaped a little bit differently than a quilt. So for the couching to work well, I need to make sure that I've got a good height gauge. That looks pretty good. And I'm going to start with blue, because the blue is going to make the little swirlies that I have for the different parts that are going to be my sky. So I'm going to start over here, and I'm going to start by bringing my bobbin up for the first one, just so I know everything's going to go really well. And then I'm going to get my yarn into position. This is a little bit different project. So to get it started and so that I don't have a lot of tail, I'm gonna stuff my yarn in there and use my needle up, needle down. And I'm gonna do this 4 or 5 times to really lock that piece of thread to the yarn that I have here so that it's ready to go. And then what I want to do is I have placed my needle where I want to start, but I want to make sure that it grabs, right? Because I'm not starting like the end of a quilt and kind of moving on. I'm starting a very specific place in my pattern. So I am going to actually, what I'm going to call a back stitch, I'm going to go past it and come back. And now I'm just going to do my movement until I get to the edge here. So this does have a lot of starts and stops with the different places that I want my different colors. I have come to a place I want to end. I am also going to do several stitches here. Make sure I have really locked that down. And I like to go ahead and cut. And I'm going to bring my bobbin up again. So I'm going to bring my needle up so I can get this out of the way. So we're gonna start the next one over here. Again, like I said, I like to go ahead and bring this up ahead of time, and that's because once I get the thick yarn in there, it's kind of hard to see. That's why I wear glasses. It's already hard enough for me to see things. Again, going to get that in position, tuck this down, 4 or 5 stitches. The more the merrier, because I really want it to be there. A little bit of a back stitch. Make sure I've got it. And then I'm ready to move through. Make sure that you have lots of slack in your material here so that you can get nice smooth movements. So I'm just going to finish putting my sky on, and then we will move on to some of the new other design elements. All right, now that I have finished adding my sky portions, I'm going to switch colors and I'm going to do my stem and parts of my leaves and backtrack a little bit and then move forward. Now for this design, I decided, in fall, sometimes your leaves have multiple colors because they're changing. So I've decided that I'm only going to do a little bit of green. So I have some of these different textured yarns that I'm using to add a little bit more interest to my design. You'll see I picked some sparkly colors as well. I think I'm going to add one of the colors to the part of the leaf here. And I'm just going right over that sky. And that's because I do plan to fill in a little bit with this color. Pull up that bobbin, trim that yarn. This one I think I'm going to actually start it right in the green a little bit. I think that will be fun because it is a slightly different thickness to the yarn as well. I love mixed media. There we go. Go ahead. We'll do a little bit of line work with this one. And I think that's all of this color I want to use. I'm gonna add a maroon here. Don't be afraid to get your fingers in there, just get them out of the way before you start your sewing. Some people say it doesn't hurt. I think it will hurt. So we're just gonna fill in our leaf here. I really like how that came out a little furry. And I'm going to move on to using the white here, which I'm going to use for the flowers down here and for my cloud that I have over there. And again, this is a sparkly one. Sequins. All right, so we're going to create our circle for this. And I like to go back on the outside. All right, moving on to the cloud up here. Okay, we're finishing up here with our thicker yarn as we move into the flower. So I'm gonna do that one for you, and then I am going to switch my foot so we can use my worsted weight yarn. All right, same thing that we've been doing, just changing colors. I'm going to start in the swirl, thread my yarn, and if I haven't mentioned it, I know I've done it, there is a little hole here, and it kind of, piece of metal here wraps around to create that hole, so you just slide that right in there, and that is what's going to help keep your yarn in place for the stitching. I really love this foot. Okay, so I need to change out this piece here for the next yarns that I'm going to use because they are thinner. I'm using these 2 worsted weights just to add a little bit more difference in texture. So to do that, I need to remove my foot. And these are really easy to change. The black marking is when it's locked in place, and the red marking is what you actually line up. So I just need to twist it the other direction to get that off. Try the different yarns with the different size feet to see which one is going to create the most secure stitch. All you do is you take the red dot, you line it up with the black square dot that's on the plastic part of the couching foot, and you just give it a twist. And once you give it a twist, it locks in place. I'm going to easily hook it right back up, making sure that I get my needle in the center, and I need to then check my height of my foot again since I did take it off. That feels good. I'll finger tighten it first, but I want to get a halfway decent torque here because I don't want my foot to fall off. I'm going to finish my flower with this peachy color that I have. I'm going to start this one in the center as well, just off center a little bit so that I can add a little bit of texture and interest. Again, just like with the other couple stitches, get that locked in there. This one I left a little bit more of a tail just because it is a thinner yarn. Backtracking a little bit. All right, we've got it. All right, so flower is done. I'm going to add a little bit of silver to my clouds because every cloud has a silver lining, right? I'm also going to use this silver to frame the picture I've just created here. And then we will add our fringe. All right, time to add our fringe if we want it, which I do. To add this, I'm going to show you this yarn. You can see that it's got a lot of holes in it, and it's got places that could really get caught. So if I use my regular hopping foot or anything like that, I'm really going to struggle with this. I can't feed it, even if I use the largy one, I can't feed it in here because again, these little places are going to get caught, right? So I need to use the glide foot. Anytime you're doing anything that has a lot of texture, the glide foot is going to be wonderful. The glide foot looks like a little bowl. It's rounded at the bottom. A nice clear plastic so you can see what you're doing. That's another great thing about it. So you can see how easily it will just go over everything. And I'm going to put my fringe right here. Right, so I already have that natural shape to it. I'm going to start by cutting it a little bit longer than how I want it, because I can always trim it later. You could sew either side. I just like the look of it this way better. And other than that, it's the same thing. And we're going to pretty much get it started the same way we did with the couching. We're going to do a true back stitch on this one a couple of times. And then I'm just going to use my fingers to align where I want this fringe. And then when I get to the end, the same thing, just going to back stitch a few times. Bring up my bobbin. And then just trim the excess. Just kind of pull it back a little bit. For any strings, if you did get any tangles anywhere. And we can take it off the frame and it's ready to wear. All right, so here we go. Here's our finished product. Super cute. And then on the inside, I haven't finished doing any of the trimming if I did have any, but still looks pretty good. Like I said, we brought up all the bobbin, looks pretty neat inside as well. So Great way to upcycle, make something fun, make something unique. Give it a try. Get that 9-piece foot. You will not be sorry with all of the different things that you can do with it.
Oh my goodness, Tina, hi.
Hello. Oh my goodness. This is amazing, Janna. I just loved watching all of those demos and those segments.
I can't believe it's already time for us to come back on. I could have just sat there watching, learning new techniques. I loved how Angelique just attached that jean jacket to their leader claws, and I'd never thought about that. I mean, I've thought about quilting and stuff, but yeah, I mean, just attaching it right there. Yeah.
The whole time I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? Who thought to attach a jean jacket to your long arm frame? Talk about innovation. That is a great one.
It's fantastic. And it just opens up so many different ways. I know I've seen people take quilts and then cut them apart and make jackets from it, but I haven't really seen quilting on the frame for that specific jacket or product. Because now I'm starting to think like, well, what else could you do? Could you do anything else that would open up and be able to do, right? Like a shirt or a skirt or, any of those things that suddenly it's this whole new world. And especially with all those wonderful feet she was using, doing the couching. And I loved how she did different textures. It wasn't just one type of yarn, right? She had the thinner yarn, she had the fringe.
Sizes and fringes.
Yes. I don't know about everybody. Yeah, it's like just blows your mind of the possibilities, right?
Yeah, just really opens it up, like the possibilities. Now we're thinking outside the box, right? We're taking this old sort of idea and then like finding newer, more precise ways or productive ways to do these techniques that are timeless, but just making it better and easier. It's so exciting.
Yeah. And taking that innovation and making it modern, I love that concept. And I loved seeing all the other different things that we had today. Like when Sabrina was doing that thread painting, right? She had done some couching, and then she was using the 360 Wonderfoot. And then Jenna's, talking about all the hoop stuff that she'd done. That was fantastic. And Janet George with automation, yeah.
And I love Jenna's demo on quilting. It was just so simple, and just to see it evolved, how she took 3 very basic quilting designs, the loop, the meander, and ribbons, and then she built on that. And many times quilters see the more complicated evolutions of those basics, and then they get scared and they're like, oh my God, I could never do that. But just breaking it down and starting it and seeing how it builds, it's just so refreshing, and it makes it doable for those who have been scared. You're like, oh, I do. It doesn't always kind of start like that. It starts somewhere. So that was really cool, just a simplified way of breaking down the quilting.
It's true. And I really love Jaren coming in and talking about the 19X series, right? The X and the X Elite. One thing that they kind of showed was things that come with it. I'm not even sure if people realize how much, like, you get a package of needles for both the 16, 14, and 18 size. You get bobbins, you get some finesse thread to play with. Aside from the accessory pack, these are just things that come with the machine standard. So if you're, thinking like, well, I don't know how to start, or different things, it's like it comes with all those pieces and get ready to go. And I loved that segment where she was talking about how she upgraded it on her cutie, right? And she was saying how, like, I was using the domestic and I had no space, and she's like, and now I can quilt this and this, and it was a wonderful segment to watch.
It absolutely was. And I just love that we're focusing on the 19. I call my 19 my first child. And so it's just really refreshing to see new ways to use it. And I would be remiss without mentioning Jenna's portrait doll, and all of the software and the tips. I portrait quilts almost every day, and I learned something new from her today. So thanks to all of the demos, all of the information, all of the tips and the hacks and ways to look to use what we have and to use the products that we have. And just a reminder for anyone who would like to go back and they feel like, oh my God, wait, we missed that.
How do I
These
do
are
this?
going to be, yes, these are going to be on YouTube. All month is Fall Festival. So if you want to go back and get more detailed instruction or rewatch, just remember to follow us on YouTube, and so that you can get notifications when these demos and tutorials are going live. You can follow us on Facebook. All of our handles are up there on the screen for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Pinterest.
That's so fantastic. So, I mean, one of the things too, someone had asked like, oh, how do I get information on the automation, right? They were looking for like, how does just a regular person, you buy it first time, how do you learn how to do it? Well, there's lots of ways. One is the stuff comes with instructions. So that's the first one. Always read your instructions. Second, join the community on Facebook. There's some Grace quilting, Grace automation, QCT pages that people talk about stuff, right? I always suggest joining the page first so you can hear all the good things and bad things about something before you purchase it, because you never know, you'll hear something, you're like, that is why I want to buy it, rather than just, oh, it sounds good, and then you're not sure. But you can also take classes. Grace Company has a lot of classes available. You can go to our website and check that out. See if there's local classes with your dealers. There's online classes, videos, everything like that. So you're not alone when you're starting. You know, just right. Don't be scared. There's lots of ways that we can help you get going so that you can make even more and more quilts and get them all finished.
Absolutely. So, do we have any bingo giveaways this segment?
We do. So we're going to talk about, we have a new product that we're announcing. Now, the question that I'm going to do about this product, we're going to show you, it's under the covers, and so it's available for people to, there was a teaser that kind of went out about it. We're not going to talk about that. We're just going to show you what it looks like right now underneath the cover. So it's changed again, right? Like we're just not allowing people to know exactly the size and shape. It's all interesting. We're kind of sneaky that way sometimes.
So, I just love this so much. This is hilarious. It was tall. Now it's short. It has two towers. So the only way to find out this shape-shifting reveal is to stick around to the very last minute today, because now it's just, the anticipation is off the charts.
Yes. So you have to stay to the end. We're going to be able to do that. We have today, before we do bingo, we're going to do our True Cut Master Cutting Collection giveaway. Now this is
that's right.
Our pre-registration. These are the people that were ahead and registered, and if you're wondering how do I do that, you just go to the events page on our site, click on Fall Festival, and you can get added to that. But this is a pre-registration winner for the True Cut Master Cutting Collection, and we're actually going to do this first before we do bingo.
Yes.
Because other times we've kind of put it the other way around, and I made people wait too long, so we're going to do this one first. So the True Cut Master Cutting Collection, it comes with a 45 millimeter straight cutter, that 360 circle cutter that Keena is just having fun making circle cuts with, the 3x18, 6.5 by 12.5, 24.5 by 6.5 rulers. Those are the rectangle. Then the 6.5, 9.5, 12.5 inch square rulers, 2 extra blades, 5 packs of True Grips, and that True Sharp 2 electric sharpener that works with the tri-wing design. So $299.30 value. So if you didn't get a chance to, you don't win, don't worry, this collection is 15% off. So you can get that still available even if you're not the winner. But we want to do our drum roll here.
All right, drum roll. Brittany Parla!
Congratulations, Brittany. Oh my goodness, that's so wonderful. So Allegra is going to reach out to you about this win, and she'll get you all contacted to where to send it to and everything like that. So congratulations, Brittany. But again, if you didn't get a chance to win, our True Cut combos are 15% off right now. So your master cutting collection is available at 15% off. Also, we have our thread. It is buy 3, get 1 free, and that is for the solid, the variegated, the pre-wound bobbins. All of those are available, so take advantage of those. For the special, not only the 15% off, but then the buy one, get one. And then we have our machines on sale, our X Elite machines. That's the 16X, the 19X Elite, the 21X Elite. All of those Elite machines, they have that 7-inch screen on the front there. Fantastic, uses a special customer interface. So it's kind of like having your instruction manual available at your fingertips. Also, all our machines have edge warning and allows you to not bump into the back or the front of your frame. You can set that edge warning. Or if you're trying to do just a quilt block, you can put the edge warning there so you're not quilting outside of that. All of them on special through October 6th. They come with that amazing accessory package with the 16-pack of Finesse Thread, Luminous Light Bar, 2 packs of mini quilt clips, the True Cut Ultimate Cutting Collection, so a little bit more than the Master Cutting, has the 45 Comfort Cutter, 5-pack of blades, the cutting mat, 24 by 36, so it's gonna fit a wide area, that 24 by 36 non-slip pad, extra circle cutting blades, extra true grips, the 3 triangle, 3 rectangle, and 3 square rulers, the True Sharp 2 sharpener, the linear sharpener. I'm running out of breath talking about all the stuff in the accessory pack.
It's like
and it is,
so much
it
bang
is
for your
13.
buck.
I know, so much bang for your buck. And it's so amazing that $1,300 value comes with, so even if you're getting a little Rebel or 16X or 19X, it comes with that package as well. There's a free frame that comes with all those machines. So you have that, you can get the free Cutie or Q-Zone hoop or Queen with the 16 or 19 and the Evolution hoop with the 21X. So fantastic combo, easy, you know, don't wait. This is going to be a fantastic price. And and the light bar. I forgot to say about the light bar.
Oh, I love, don't forget the light bar. That's amazing. I love my light bar over my 21. It's over my 10-foot frame.
Oh, yeah.
And it is the only light in my quilt studio. I don't
That's all you need, yeah.
overhead. It lights up the whole room and the quilting area. And that comes in that pack. It's amazing.
It's just so fantastic. Now, before we go to all the other fun stuff we're going to do this afternoon, right? We've got the Futures in Your Hands about free motion and automation. Sabrina is doing Threading of Tomorrow, the Finesse Thread Part 2 with her thread painting. We have the 360 Wonderfoot with our ambassador, Jamie. And Jenna's going to finish up Part 2 of her applique of the pet portrait. And then we also have the winners of their quilt show. So that one's going to be really fantastic. And then Keen will be back with, and I will be back with the grand prize. We'll talk about our new announcement, all these different things. So our big question is for our bingo. Now we're going to do 3 different winners, Facebook, YouTube, and our platform. So let's see what prize we've got for that. Oh, this one looks like a good one. Blue. We have our blue available, and blue is going to be our linear sharpener.
Oh,
we talked
nice.
about our electric sharpener earlier. This is the linear sharpener. Now you can have any type of blade being sharpened by this because it stays in your cutter. You don't have to take it out like the electric sharpener. It has a sharpening stone on one side, so you'll run it through back and forth according to the instructions, turn it around, run the other side to sharpen both sides of the blade. A value of $44.95. Now, we've got this wonderful question, and I think people have been paying attention because I think they'll get this. But when are we revealing our brand new product?
Yes.
You can say a couple of different ways to say this, so we'll see how it comes through. But
yes,
we
want to see what's under that pretty fall quilt.
Which thing is coming up underneath that fun quilt, right? Exactly. When are we going to be watching it?
When are we going to reveal this? When do we unveil this shape-shifting new
The shapeshifter. Is it a shapeshifter, or are we keeping you guessing of which
we're
one is
keeping it
actually
guessing.
real?
I think I read in the comments earlier, it's a ghost quilt.
It's a ghost. We're
Casper
innovating
is
with the
under
spirit
there.
world, yes.
Talk about innovation.
Okay, well, looks like we've got some people coming in, so
Okay.
good job. I think everybody's talking about it. It's the end of the show, end of the festival. Later today, we're gonna get those random generated from, we're gonna first choose from our Facebook. So we'll have that drum roll for our Facebook winners here.
And the winner, Kay Smith. I am not going to attempt to say your last name, but congratulations.
Congratulations, Kay. Okay, then we'll take our YouTube winner.
And the winner is Miranda Wood.
Congratulations,
from
Miranda.
YouTube.
And our last winner on our Grace platform.
And Ivy Eileen.
Yay! All three of you, congratulations. Please email allegra@graceframe.com and she will get you that information to get it shipped out to you. But thank you everybody for joining us for this quick midday segment. We're gonna start now with The Future is Yours, and we'll see you at 2:30.
2:30, we'll be back.
Hi, and welcome back to Fall Festival. Today, we're going to talk about innovation in hand quilting, free motion and ruler work, and automation. Our first guest is going to be Liz, and she is going to talk to us all about hand quilting. So Liz, tell us about the history of hand quilting.
Oh, hand quilting's been around forever. Pilgrims, before that, that's pretty much all they did was hand quilting. They didn't have what we have now. So I have some fun facts for you. So it pretty much started with no tools. They had a needle.
That they made out of bone.
Yes, they did. I was going to get to that. Bone is all they had.
I
So
didn't
you
know
whittle
that.
it
That's
down.
crazy, yeah.
Yep. So they'd have the bone needle, and they'd make their own thread out of fibers of whatever they had. Then it turned into more the needle and thread you see today. And then from there, they'd get carpenters and any woodworkers to build little wooden frames that they could balance on chairs, legs, different things like that.
Help with tension a whole lot, I bet. Yeah. Well,
So members of the family would make them. They could purchase them, just different things like that. This one's fun. Pioneer women, what they would do is they'd have their husbands, family members, something like that, build their wooden frame. And they were big enough for their beds that they would actually hang them from the rafters during the day. So as the family's going about their business, they'd be quilting, hanging from the rafters with these wooden things. And then at the end of the night, when they needed more space for everyone to sleep, they would take down the ropes and put them away.
that's so cool.
And bring them back out. I just learned that fact. That was really cool for me. Another
It's like
one,
storing your cutie frame behind a table.
yeah, like take the cutie frame, let's hide it away. So fun little fact, they would actually use their hands to measure. That's how they made their quilt blocks. So say I just spread out my hand, I wanted a bigger block. All I would do is spread it out, cut it out.
Get your width.
You can even
That's kind of
test it.
genius.
This one, I was like, oh, I just want the palm of my hand. So I just use the palm of my hand.
That's so smart.
They're
And that's a
not
good way to
straight.
get even measurements.
And this one is just fingers. Like I want little strips for different things. That's how they would come up with the different shapes. Is they would just use their hands or objects that they had. Oh, I want a circle. So they'd cut around. So that's pretty much the history is like, and from then to now has changed so much. We went from hanging them from the rafters and quilting them that way to what we have now. From then, we don't use bone anymore, obviously. So we have, I have my little sample that I'm going to turn into mug rugs. You use little tiny Chanel needles. You don't want very big ones. The reason being is you don't want to have to quilt so much at one time.
Yeah.
So of course your thread's going to be stronger. It's going to be thicker, something tight. You don't need to do double layers. So I just tension it with my hand and you just running stitch it. That's it. That's all you need to do is just like 3 running stitches. And now I'm at a corner, so I'll pop it up. That's it. That's your hand quilting at that point. And it's just a running stitch. So we've come from trying all these different things to cutting different sizes to that's it.
Yeah.
It's like the
You can follow
stitch in the ditch.
It's a stitch in the ditch with a running stitch. That's it.
Where do you see hand quilting going in the future?
Well, we don't have to use hands anymore. We've got the cool rulers and the tools. And honestly, I see it sticking around kind of similar to what it is now, maybe a little bit better needles, thimbles, thread, things like that. But it's such a pastime with your family that I see it sticking around for a long time.
So do you see an opportunity for hand quilting and machine quilting to ever combine?
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
So I'll handwork like any applique that I have on a project because I don't like sticking those under my needle because you get gunky.
Yeah.
But I'll hand stitch some of that stuff and then I'll machine quilt around it. So I'll kind of do a dual thing. I mean, mostly for smaller projects because I haven't quite jumped into the bigger stuff for that yet. But my hand quilting, I prefer to look at it than use it.
The only thing I do by hand anymore is by binding because I like that invisible stitch.
Love binding by hand, not gonna lie. I stitch it on, flip it over. I just think the look of it is so pretty.
There's a look like hand quilting that you can't get with machines.
Exactly.
And it is absolutely stunning, like seeing the modern quilts with hand quilting.
I think it's beautiful.
Right?
I would like to learn a little bit more modern techniques because I pieced my first quilt together when it was pieced, and then I hand quilted on a giant wooden frame. That is how I learned. I didn't learn on machines or anything like that. I learned how to hand quilt before I learned how to machine quilt. Now I'm teaching my son how to hand quilt.
That's awesome.
And quilt. But the hand quilting to me, I just want to pass it down because it's something that started so long ago and is all the way up to now. Like, let's just keep it going.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story with us. We really appreciate having you, Liz.
No problem. It was so much fun. So thanks.
Wasn't it so great to hear from Liz about all of the hand quilting techniques?
Yes, I did not know needles started out as bones.
You didn't?
No, it's so fun.
Yeah, Egyptians used to do stuff like that. Like, it's ancient history.
It's crazy. Well, next we are going to talk to Angelique all about free motion quilting and ruler work. We are here with Angelique. Angelique, can you tell us a little bit about the history of free motion?
Yeah, sure. So back in the day, it was all mechanical.
Yeah.
So you just kind of, no regulation, nothing like that. You just kind of had to go for it. And then eventually we started to get things like the pantographs, and then we created that pantograph perfect system with the plastic thing to trace. And then something I still actually do, is kind of part of that history, is like drawing directly on the quilts with chalk. And now I love the erasable markers and the pens for that. So yeah, it's kind of where we started with that, with the machines.
What do you think about the modernization of machines?
I think it really opens up quilting to more people. The Sure Stitch Elite, it's like when you're first starting and you're like a little disappointed because your stitches aren't even and everything like that, that Sure Stitch takes that pressure off. All the free motion kits that we have available to get you practicing all these patterns and stuff like that really makes a huge difference, because then you don't feel like you're going to ruin a project. Right. So having that quilter's compass with, the lines and the loops and all those things, it just builds that confidence.
And I feel like with the modernization of machines too, like the different stitch modes we have, a lot of people are, what do you need those for? Well, they all have a different purpose. And the more I've been quilting and just doing different styles of free motion, the more I realize that all of them really do have their purpose. And it's really nice to be able to switch from like manual to cruise to precise, or even like, I didn't even realize how important a large basting stitch is.
Oh, I love the basting stitch.
When normally I would just baste my quilt and then I would have little puckers along the edge. And then when I started using our basting stitch, I have less puckering at the edge.
Yeah.
So what do you think free motion and ruler work will look like in the future?
I can't imagine it's going to change much. I mean, I think new rulers for new designs, but as far as like the basic concept, you holding your ruler and just having, ways to make it comfortable to do that, probably more ergonomic would be my best guess.
Yeah.
More fun ways to make some of these things where you want to do them, but outside of that, I think it's still going to be a major contributor in how people do their quilts.
Yeah. And don't forget, in regards to gripping, True Grips work on long arm rulers too. It's not just your regular rulers, and those make a huge difference.
I feel like with free motion and ruler work, like your mind is your limit. Like there are so many ways to use them. So like Angela Walters and her style of free motion, and then you have Natalia Bonner and the way she uses rulers and free motion to just like make these beautiful works of art. There are so many different styles of free motion quilting. It just really depends on what is the look that you want to go for in your quilt.
The limit does not exist.
No,
Right.
literally.
And that's what I like about free motion is because you are getting to personalize that quilt with either, the designs that you pick, how tight you want to do those designs, the colors of the thread, if you want it to be seen or not seen. If you want to do it in zones or edge to edge, it's really up to you. I think it's just a matter of letting go and finding what your style is and not worrying so much what somebody else's style is.
Comparison is the thief of joy.
Yep.
And there will always be somebody better than you. I like to say, like, my free motion, I like it to look more like just random doodles. And I don't want it to be perfect. That's why I don't love ruler work per se, because with ruler work, at least for me, if I mess up, I notice it. But with free motion, if I mess up, hey, nobody knows except for me, because it's supposed to look more doodly and artsy, right?
Right.
Do you think that automation will kill free motion?
Oh, absolutely not. I think that automation is just one more way for the quilter to express themselves.
Yeah.
And then you have the ability, as we get older, maybe we get a little shakier, we don't have the energy that we had before. You can still draw out your designs, and then it just does the stitching for you. The creativity is still there. It's not like, going to Walmart and just getting something off the shelf. You still have to design it, decide what you want, place it, and I think it's just one more way that you can combine. You can do your free motion, you can do your ruler work, you can do sections that are automated. I think it's just a fun way to express yourself.
Right?
One more tool in your tool belt.
Absolutely.
It really is.
And the more tools that you have, the better you're going to become.
Yeah, 100%.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Angelique.
Sure.
We appreciate your insights.
All right, awesome.
It was so great to hear Angelique's perspective on free motion and ruler work. I honestly loved hearing from her and all of her little tidbits about the Grace Company and our available products. It was so great to hear that.
It really was. And I'm excited to talk to Carla all about her views on automation.
Yes,
And
Carla
the
is
way
automation
it's going to go.
queen.
Yes.
Well, next, our guest is going to be Carla, here to talk about automation. So we have Carla here with us. So Carla, tell us a little bit about the history of automation.
Okay, automation about 2010, Jim and his brilliant mind thought, there's a direction that we want to move the company. At that time, there weren't a lot of automated systems that customers could afford. So we hired some engineers, and they engineered our first motor plate and the screen. It wasn't a touch screen, it was a button screen that you moved through the process of quilting edge to edge. And then it's just transformed into what it is today, but we're still innovating.
What is unique about Quilter's Creative Touch versus some other softwares in the market?
What's unique, well, I think it's unique, is that we get to put our own spin on what's happening. And we want to develop the software so it's better, easier, and more intuitive and what you need to move forward. We came out with QCT 6, okay? It's the edge-to-edge feature because most of you start out with edge-to-edge designs. One of the innovative things I think is really great about our automation is we were the first ones to bring it to the hoop frame users. We noticed that the hoop frame users, they don't have a lot of space, but they want that precise, exact quilting that, everybody else gets with automations. It's not cheating. Okay? You guys have heard that all the time. Oh, you're cheating if you're using automation.
Whoa.
It's not.
There are some designs that you literally cannot get with free motion, no matter how hard you try. But with automation, you can create these beautiful designs that still take a lot of effort and love.
Right.
I feel like one thing you're really good at is drawing out your own designs for automation, which people at home can do that too. Right?
Yeah, so with the Pro version, we've added that tier in there with a pattern CAD. And it allows you to create and design your own patterns. Now, I'm getting to the point where I don't need to draw it out. I can just think about it and draw it out, using the automation and the software. So it's a lot of fun, and it just expands your quilting experience. That's really what it is.
And I feel like a lot of people love to mix free motion with automation.
Oh, absolutely.
To like just create their own design and be an artist within their quilt.
I use it all the time because I really feel like I need that precise look, especially if it's hanging up here or you're using it on air. I really want it to look like it's not as homemade.
Yeah.
But anyway, I still like that homemade look. I'm not getting as nitpicky, or maybe I am. Maybe I'm getting a little more nitpicky because I'm the age that I am, and I expect a little bit more from me. Yeah. Not to say that we don't love free motion, because we all do.
We really do.
But the automation is a lot of fun, and it's worth looking into.
Well, thank you so much, Carla. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks for letting me.
Those conversations were so interesting, and I feel like I learned a whole lot just about the history of automation, handworking, free motion, and where it's gonna go.
And honestly, there was stuff that exists now that I didn't even know about, right? So it was cool to hear all of this perspectives of the history, where we are now, and where we want to go.
And I feel like we are just 5 people who only know so much, and like all the people in our audience right now in the comments, please tell us your thoughts on hand quilting, automation. I just want to know what y'all thoughts are as quilters.
We want to hear from you, right? Hear your perspective, see your works of art, all of your quilts, share in the comments on our social media. We can't wait to hear from you. Thanks so much for joining us. We hope you enjoy the rest of your fall festival. I want these petals to have dimension. I'm gonna go ahead and trim my tails there. So if you watch, I'm just gonna come up along the edge here, and I just wanna kind of find a middle point where the flowers stem from, and then I can go ahead and add in those loops. And I just want them to gently touch the edge, so we're barely crossing over each other. All right, that feather is fully filled in with these different loops and swirls. So we're gonna go ahead and fill in the stem of this rose. So we'll use this guy. So what I wanna do is echo the outside lines. So I'm gonna go ahead and start on the edge, and just gonna go here. Echo that edge kind of like a tree swirl. And that fills in our rose stem. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll my fabric back a little bit so we can talk about some of his facial features and some of the flowers I have towards the top. We'll roll up just a little bit. There is going to be a lot of fabric shrinkage. So don't be alarmed if you are doing a project this big and you have this dense stitching. There's gonna be a lot of that shrinkage. It's unavoidable. So we're gonna go ahead and fill in this little leaf, and I am just gonna go back and forth but loosely. So you can see over here, the density of this stitching is very different from what we have here or even here and here. So this, you can still see the white through it. It's kind of like DNA. So it's a fun way to fill in your space, and we're gonna do that right here on the leaf of this daisy. So we're gonna just start going. And crisscross as we make that texture there. And now that leaf is filled in. Thread painting does not have to be as dense as we started with. It can be something as simple as just filling in with free motion, or as dense as filling in with that strict back and forth and getting that texture there. I'm also going to talk about some pebbling. So you can see in his ears here, I used a variegated thread. So this thread here is cotton candy. It's a variegated thread, again by Finesse. Everything we're using here is going to be our finesse thread. So we're gonna go ahead and start right here in this corner. And I'm just gonna be doing different size pebbling to fill the space in his little ears. And I am crossing over myself a little bit. I'm not perfect at pebbling. It's something I'm still working on, but it's just kind of fun to do, and it's a great way to fill that space. And it's really fun with the variegated thread. You can really do a lot. All right, and those are our little pebbles. You can see I was not perfect. You watched me do it. It was not the best work for pebbles, but when you take 3 steps back, you look at it and it looks great. The 3-step rule is one of my favorite things in quilting. Even if you think you messed up just a little bit, it doesn't matter. Take 3 steps back and you won't even notice. So we'll go ahead and actually let's fill in this tulip. And I wanted to give it kind of a watercolor effect. So what I'm gonna do is fill it in with a couple of different colors, yellow, blue, and green. We're gonna start by filling in yellow. And I'm just gonna fill in this section here and this section here. I think I'm gonna fill it in just loosely. So we'll start in the corner and we'll go ahead and just fill that in nicely. And again, as we rotate the direction of our flower, we're also going to rotate the direction of our stitching. So we've got that in there. We're going to add in our blue. It's a nice vibrant blue. This one is called Blue Sapphire. It's kind of a fun color. And do the same thing here. So we're just gonna go back and forth. All right, so there's our blue. And now, last but not least, we've got our green. And this is leafy green. Like I said, as you change colors more, you will get to know your thread guide so well, you won't have to look at that book again. We'll start in this bottom corner here. And we've got that good. So where the two would cross over each other, you've got a nice green, and then your yellow and blue, and it makes for a fun little variegated tulip. And your flowers can be whatever you want them to be, or whatever your project is. Just make it yours, make it beautiful. So we're gonna go ahead and roll again, and we're gonna go to some of his facial features. So I'm gonna roll the machine up to about here. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and tackle his eyebrow. And I actually used the same dark blue as I used down below. This is our denim color from Finesse. And we're gonna use the same technique as I used over here. This is just swirling. It's a great way to practice the worry-free because it doesn't necessarily matter. And we're just gonna swirl and come back, and swirl and come back. Back around, even in this little dense area, it works out great. And then we're gonna match the other side here, and I just used bent stitching back and forth. So we're gonna go ahead and grab that red. Okay, so we're gonna start right here in the bottom. And I am just going back and forth. And we've got his rosy cheeks done. Now we can focus on the outside of his nose. So I'm gonna add in Midnight Blue. And it's a little bit different than denim. Denim has a little bit more green to it. Denim blue is that nice navy. So we'll go ahead and thread that into the machine. And we're gonna do that nice tight cross hatching where you can still see a little bit of the white fabric behind it. We're just gonna go ahead. And I'm just going up and down in this tight motion here. Okay, so now that we've got the bases filled in, I'm gonna add just a dash of pink to this little area so it fills in and he's got a nice pink little nose. So we'll use this pink rose and I'm just gonna do a tight stitching similar to what we did here with the red. I'll pull back on some of the couching. I'm actually gonna go over it a couple of times to give it that full and desired texture that I'm looking for. So now he's got a nice, cute little pink nose.
Good.
We're gonna work on the flower next to him here. Perfect. And that turned out so fun. So the last thing I'm gonna do for now is go ahead and highlight underneath of his eyes. We'll add in that eucalyptus green for under his eyes. So this is a small space to fill in, and sometimes that can be really easy and sometimes it can be hard. But I think for this one, I am actually gonna put pebbles under his eyes. Little tiny pebbles. Actually, you can't really see that, so we're just gonna go ahead and fill it in. The same way we filled in his nose, just going back and forth. And that's the fun part. If you don't like a design, just cover it up. Nothing wrong with that. The same way you'd color over it with a colored pencil, we're just gonna color over it with our back and forth thread here. And you can't even tell that there were ever even pebbles there. And we'll go ahead and start over here. Sneak in there. All right. And we're gonna just set this aside. I am going to fill in the rest of that blue, and then I will join you back in just a few minutes. I am so excited to see this. Before we pull it off, I do want to just highlight a few things in the different techniques. This is just a basic flower. I use the stem and the edge of this leaf to get the feathering, and I use the edge of the leaf here as the stem of the feather. This one we just did at the end, so that was a basic loop back and forth, some basic swirling, really simple. This one here, same thing. It's a very easy swirl all the way around, and we made him symmetrical, and you can see all of the mistakes, but again, when you use that 3-step rule, you can't even tell. And then the detail in his body. You can kind of see some stuff underneath, but barely. His hands are super fun. They show a light highlight, just really simple swirls mixed with feathers. And then we had our straight lines that we used here for his muzzle and the cross hatching for the edge of his nose. And then we have here just some basic lines that we put in. We have some basic loops. You can see where we changed our SPI and see how much of a difference that makes. When we had a lower SPI, they were kind of crooked. Even though the shape was right, the SPI, it just wasn't right for the technique we were using. So as we increased that SPI, you can see that the loops got cleaner, less problems with tension there. This one was fun in the rows. You can kind of see, and it might be a little bit difficult, but we followed the pattern of this arc here. So it comes up and back around, and it gives texture to your design. So most importantly, what we're trying to do is fill the space. But as you go through and just highlight and follow, just echo back and forth the design that you already have, whether you're thread painting on a quilt, a blank canvas, or a project like this, it doesn't matter. Fill the space and it'll look great. So we're gonna go ahead and take this off the frame, and I honestly can't wait to see it all together. Here is our thread painted raccoon in a bed of flowers. Thank you so much for joining us for this segment of Fall Festival. We can't wait to see what you create. Share on Instagram, Facebook, in your quilt guilds. We are so excited to see what you can create with thread painting.
Grace sent me this 360 Wonderfoot, and I know nothing about it, but I'm really excited to try it because I've been having a lot of fun with my 16X. I went from a Juki TL2000 on this frame, so like 8 inches of throat space, to this thing, which just feels giant. So this foot, it says stitching in the ditch made easy. Compatible with the entire Quilting series. It has several different attachments, and I've just barely glanced at it, so I really don't know much else about it. So I have to get it out, I have to figure out how to get it onto my machine, and then I have to figure out how to use it. Okay, this is it. So this is the foot. It has 5 different lenses, what I'm calling lenses, and the foot itself. Oh yeah, that's easy enough. And it's really cool because it has a wheel right here. So as you turn, it turns the direction of the little crosshairs. Okay, so first I have to replace my needle screw. Okay, that's off, and this can go on. Attach but do not tighten, and then slowly lower the needle with the hand wheel. The needle should dip into the center hole without contacting the lens. Okay, continue until the needle reaches its lowest position. Then slide the hopping foot height tool under the wheel. Okay. Adjust the Wonderfoot so it rests evenly on the height tool. Then tighten. That thing is tight, okay. Okay, so I'm going to get this back up, raise that, get this out of the way, and then turn this. The wheel is on the outside edge. Okay, I think I can handle that. I think it's installed. Oh, it's got practice pages. Okay, so these are really cool. These are like giving you have like an echo stitching, 1/4 inch circle offset, and 3/8 inch, and 1/4 inch. Okay, so not just stitch in the ditch. I'm going to try stitch in the ditch with this little motif over here. And then we can try the offset inserts. Okay, so I've got the wheel to the outside of my fabric. But see how the wheel is, do you see how the inside is moving? That's really cool. Okay, so I'm thinking I can either stitch right on the ditch like that. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I guess I'll start. And it says move your wheel. Okay, I'm starting on this outside edge. Actually, what I'm going to do is stay stitch. I wonder if I can stay stitch with this foot. Here, okay. Then I'm going to go up. And then I'll go up. Oh, I want to go diagonal again. I need to go up. And then I like too that it's thick enough that I can use the ruler for the straight part. Okay, I'm going to switch to the echo foot, and so needle up. I did realize that when you're putting the lens in, you need to start with the side away from the tab. There it goes. Okay, so I'm going to try the echo foot. I really like that wavy motif. So I want to try a wavy motif on this big open space, and I've got the 1/4 inch lens in, so I'm going to start, I almost want to start here because I've already stay stitched down here. I've already stitched in the ditch. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll start down here and work my way up. Okay, so I'm going to just do a random wavy thing and then copy it all the way up. That's fun. I like that. I am going to try one more thing. I'm going to try one more lens for today. I'm going to try the one that's just the circle without the cross hatches. So I think this is the 3/8. But I kind of want to do like concentric circles. What happens if I do one circle to start? Okay, no, I don't like that, but it's okay, I tried, and nobody needs to know that it was a disaster. just like this foot just because of its stability. I feel like that nice wide base, it is a nice wide base to have. It's going to take some practice. This was one of my very first quilts, and it's not perfect, so this is a good one to practice on, and just sometimes you have to let go of the perfection and have fun, and it won't matter in the end. I do like the different lenses, and I think they'll be fun to experiment with. I think it'll also be nice to experiment on the different sections. So like I have a bunch of straight lines and half square triangles and 9 patches, and I think that'll be a lot of fun. I was recently at the AQS show in Grand Rapids, and I was inspired to try some more grid work. So I'm really looking forward to actually trying these with grid work. I'm going to draw some grids on and then use the drawn lines as my guides using these. I think that'll be a lot of fun. So I'm just going to experiment. I recommend you experiment and have fun, and don't worry about making mistakes, because what's the worst that could happen? If you're really worried about it, then use a printed panel or a solid piece of fabric and practice on that, and then make something out of that. You've seen how I made bags before. Make a quilt dress. Nobody will care about your quilting when you're wearing it as a dress. So I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this.
Welcome back to Fall Festival, everyone. Are we ready to start quilting? In the last section, we learned how to take a picture and turn it into an applique piece, and we got our machine ready for quilting. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna figure out how to quilt something like this. One fun thing that I made and that I learned, I don't even remember who I saw do this, but I thought it was genius, is I went to Home Depot and I got a glass, like a piece of glass that I think this one is like 20 by, I don't know, like 18 by 26 or something, 20 by 16. Got a glass sheet, and what I can do, and I covered it in tape. It's called art tape. You can get it at Hobby Lobby or at Michael's, and it's thinner than duct tape. And I just put it around the sides, and now we have this beautiful thing to test out some quilting designs. So we could go through and add some straight lines throughout this to quilt it. In the comments, I want you to put what you would do, because as a quilter, we all have our certain styles, and I know that you guys will probably have better ideas than me. Here's the thing, this is a modern quilt, yes, but do I want it necessarily like the modern quilting style? Not necessarily. I'm a part of the Salt Lake Modern Quilt Guild, and I was talking to James and Vanessa one night, and I was like, I need like advice on how to quilt it. And James had a good idea of like from Lily to do random squiggles, kind of like there's like rays bouncing off of her. And I thought it would be fun within those squiggles to do maybe some ribbons. Within the squiggles too, we could do some fun little pebbling. That would be really cute. Another one of my go-tos is doing some form of like meandering and adding things into it. Also, one of our ambassadors who taught the segment earlier, Amy, I'm so inspired by her quilting all of the time. She is so good at doing main designs in different places and then adding some fun free motion around it to really enhance the quilting. She did one quilt on Morgan Wallen. The quilting was incredible. Shout out Quito Quilts in Ecuador. We could do something like Amy does, and maybe I'll add a dog bone for Lily. Maybe we'll add a bowl of some sort. Maybe we'll do a little tennis ball somewhere. We could do a collar of some sort, and it say Lily. That would be kind of fun. And then all around it, we could do some pebbling. We could do a mixture of meandering. As I was adventuring, I was thinking, I think that doing different dog items would be too much. And I think that would really take away from Lily, which really is the main focus of this quilt. So what I decided to do instead is I'm going to go ahead and do random dog bones in various shapes and sizes so that that it doesn't draw away from Lily. And when you're doing a quilt like this, and you're doing the quilting aspect, you want to figure out what your focus is. So I'm going to take some inspiration from Amy, especially when it comes to the background, and I'm just going to go ahead and draw on some dog bones. I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but that's okay. As long as I can see it for the most part, that's all that matters. And with the dog bones, I think I'm gonna go around them several times to give them a little bit more definition, because I think that would be really fun. I want them different sizes, different shapes. We just want to be inspired by them. Maybe one is going to be this way, a little bit bigger, this way. We're going to go from there. Now this is the scary part, is possibly ruining your quilt, but don't worry, you won't ruin it. Before I start, I'm going to set the edge warning on my machine. So one nice thing about the 19 is that there is an edge warning system, and so I'm going to set it for a 1/2 inch. So I set it at the top left, set. I'm going to move it down to the bottom right. I'm going to go right here. Set, and then I have the edge warning on so that it's 1/2 inch. And so once I get all close to a 1/2 inch around the perimeter of my quilting area, it will start beeping at me. And that is really nice, especially when I'm quilting down here, because it's kind of hard to see where the throat of your machine stops, especially when you're into it, right? When you're deep into your quilting mode. So I'm going to start right here in the corner, because I think I'm going to go back on the border and do something a little bit different. And then I'm going to go ahead and use cruise mode. And with cruise mode, all that means, so on this machine there are 4 different modes. There is manual, basting, cruise, and precise. If you are a new quilter, honestly, I recommend starting with manual mode, because that is how you learn how your machine works and how fast you need to move it. And if you are really good at manual mode, then only using the other modes will only enhance your quilting. So I'm going to use cruise, and I want the needle not jogging super fast. So I'm going to do it at 10%, and I want 11 SPI. I'm also going to adjust my handles to make it better for me to quilt. I just want to make sure I like them a little bit up like this. And so I'm just adjusting where I want them and pull them out just a little bit. And now I'm going to start with a little bit of meandering to get me to my spot. Before I keep going, I'm just going to double check my tension. The top looks great. The bottom looks great. I'm going to do my first little dog bone. I'm going to go ahead and quilt all of the checkerboard, and then we're going to hop to Lily. And now the scary part is we're going to quilt Lily. I'm going to use my board again. And my board is basically as big as my quilting area. And so this tells me what I can quilt. One of my friends from the Quilt Guild was saying to kind of trace around each color. I also just feel like there are so many little pieces that I want to figure out how to enhance her as well. And this is when the tricky part comes. I noticed that Lily's ears are very furry, and I kind of follow the texture. I can kind of go up and add some little fur spots in. And here's really the fun part where I can take this picture and I can also play with the values in it as well when adding the texture. So here, we got fur coming up with the lighter value right here. Then there's going to be a little bit more fur right here to kind of framing her face. I think I'm liking the way this is going. I'm going to kind of follow the colors, but maybe it'll be a little switched up depending on what we do. With the new Finesse Thread, we have more colors to choose from, which is great. So I'm going to start with this Merlot color to match my darkest value. And this is where you just have to go for it, Kate. It's very scary. It is very, very, very scary. But you just have to go for it, okay? I'm stopping periodically just to make sure I like what's going on. I'm not necessarily worried about staying in my space because the quilting is just going to enhance that a little bit further. What I'm doing now is I'm just going to go around, and in this quiltable area, I'm just going to quilt all of the Merlot pieces. So that I can get the rest of this darker red quilted, I'm going to go ahead and roll up the quilt. Because the nose isn't super fuzzy, I'm just going to go around and basically go around it. And in Lily's nose, you can kind of see it right there. Yeah. In Lily's nose, there's some little pebbling texture. So I'm going to not do all pebbles, but kind of hint at them in certain spots. I've quilted Lily, and no, you cannot see her yet. We are not done quilting this quilt. What we're gonna do next is we're gonna do the bottom, and I wanna remind you that I put these two pieces here just so that our eye has something to rest at, because this quilt is so busy and bright and colorful that it's a lot to look at. So I want my eye to rest, and I want my eye to rest when looking at the quilting of this section. And if I quilted this, even just like all over something, I feel like that isn't enough rest for what my eye is wanting. And so what I'm gonna do first is, for this white part, is I'm gonna use one of my rulers, and the True Cut rulers are great, especially this little guy, because you can use them on your machine because of the lip. I'm not gonna switch to the ruler foot, but I'm just gonna stick with this open toe foot and hope for the best, okay? And it seems to be working great. I don't have a ruler base on, so I'm gonna go slower than I normally would if I did have the ruler base on. For the stripe side, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna use my white thread, and then I'm just gonna follow along the stripes in this pattern, in the fabric pattern. And because the stripes are wonky, I'm just gonna do little wiggly lines to match that. As I go, I'm gonna make sure that when I get to the edge to either follow along some line I already stitched or do a little stitch in the ditch so that I don't have to keep bringing my bobbin up and tying off my threads. I have finished quilting everything, and I put on the binding, and I'm so excited to show you the finished product. Are you ready? Da, 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 da. Here is Lily, and I absolutely love how she turned out. I'm gonna just flip it to the back really fast. Looking at the quilting on the back, it is insane. You can see the detail of the quilting, and it looks so good. Going around the dog bones several times really makes them pop. And the amount of quilting that was done in Lily, you can see everything in the back. And I love the straight lines on the bottom that really just add something different to look at and add a place for your eye to rest when it comes to the quilting. I added some little circles to the top of her nose. I didn't do the whole thing because I thought that would really just like be too much, but just a little bit added the texture I needed it to be. With the eyes, I put some white fabric there, but it didn't pop as much as I wanted. So I took the white thread and I just went a million times over right where the whites of the eye was, just to make sure that that part pops. One thing I loved on the muzzle is I did a bunch of up and down zigzaggy texture to show how much fur she had right there. And there are certain parts where I overlapped the different colors to show more dimension. When you look at just Lily on her own, there is not a whole lot of texture when it comes to just the raw applique, right? And that's where it's your job as a quilter to add the different texture. And I am so happy that you joined us today for Fall Festival. It is finally time to announce the Quilt Showcase winners. I know that y'all been waiting for this all day. My name is Jenna Hall, and I am going to help announce the winners. We're going to start with the first category, which is sustainability. And we're going to start with Quilter's Choice. Congratulations, Valerie Ingram, with her antique Dresden hot pads. Her description says, "My sister had a piece of an old Dresden block quilt that had previously been used in a window frame as decor. I took the 4 blocks and repurposed them into something usable for my niece who lives in Germany." Congratulations, Valerie. And now we're gonna go to third place. Congratulations, Robin Amick, Warm Me Twice. Here's what Amy had to say about Robin's quilt. "I adore your use of these flannels and wools to make such a meaningful and warm quilt. This quilt is an excellent example of the sustainability category." Congratulations, Robin. And now we've got our second place winner. Congratulations, Joan Nolan, Friends Men's Tie Quilt. Amy said, "Excellent repurpose of old ties, creative overall design, and wonderful straight line quilting." Congratulations, Joan. Our first place winner is D. Gaff, Nivalu's Garden. Memory quilt was made completely from mother-in-law's old clothes. Each cotton shirt was taken apart and cut to shape. Her garden was always amazing, so I used some satin PJs and added applique flowers, which reminds me of her. Miss her immensely. She gave me my first sewing machine as a young, newly married spouse and was with me and encouraged me to purchase my first serger 30 years ago. And here's what Amy had to say. "A creative and meaningful use of old clothes, a very special quilt, and wonderful use of applique." Congratulations, D. Goff. Congratulations to all of our winners in the sustainability category. Now let's go to technology.
Hi, I'm Sabrina, and I'm here to present the winners of our technology category. We'll start with Quilter's Choice. The winner for Quilter's Choice was Pumpkin Table Runner by Melanie Connell. Here's what she had to say. "I paper pieced the pumpkins and added just enough to fit my table. I used a black backing fabric to showcase my quilting. I can see this from the start of fall all the way to the end of fall." Next, we have our third place winner, Ombre Log Cabin Pineapple Pattern by Vicki Glancy. And here's what our judge had to say. "Wow, this quilt has a wow factor. Love the color choices and ombre effect. The piecing technique is flawless. Love all of the detail and how it was executed. Great way to breathe fresh air into a traditional quilt pattern. Traditional meets modern, done well." And our second place winner is Flying by Darkest Renee. And here's what our judge had to say. "This quilt is so visually appealing. Love the use of contrasting color. The design has lots of movement with the dancing flying geese blocks next to the curly and circle quilt lines. So simple and elegant, but makes a big impact. Beautiful." And our first place winner, Keep Jackson Pollock Away from My Next Quilt by Emma Allen. Inspired by Jackson Pollock's painting Shimmering Substance, this 24 by 30 inch wall quilt was reimagined from the perspective of a modern quilt artist. The background was quilted using a laser to follow a pantograph. Then the dots and curvy lines were hand appliqued. I think this is Pollock's happiest work. And here's what our judge said. I love the blend of so many techniques used in creating this quilt. The creativity, composition, and design is so original. Absolutely stunning. Congratulations to all the winners in our technology category. Next, we're moving on to ingenuity.
Hi, I'm Angelique Showman. It is my pleasure to tell you the winners of our ingenuity category. We're going to start with Quilter's Choice. Remember that these are the ones that you, the quilters out there, voted on. Our Quilter's Choice winner is the Hometown Abilene by Amy Edwards. Amy writes, I fell in love with this pattern named Abilene by Laurel Hine. It reminds me of growing up in Abilene and visiting family all over the big country in West Texas. Cows were seen while driving in the country. The colors reminded me of the colors of the sky during the sunrise and sunset. The colors also remind me of the pastures that the cows were standing in. Congratulations, Amy. Now we're going to get into our winners judged by April Story. We're going to start with our third place winner, the Hen and Chicks Succulent Wall Hanging by Juanetta Bice. Let's see what April had to say about this one. I always love a panel because they are so pretty before you even start to quilt. This panel was raised several levels higher because of the beautiful free motion quilting and the ruler work that was done by Nita. And what a wonderful tribute to a memory of a loved one. I am sure it brings a smile to Nita's face and happy memories to her mind when she sees this quilt. Let's see who our second place winner is. Da-da-da-da. Strawberry Fields Forever by Barbara Campana. The different techniques used to create this quilt were impressive to begin with, but the quilting on this quilt is exceptional. I am always in awe of someone's ability to take a large area of white space and turn it into a work of art. That is exactly what Barbara created, a work of art. This is one of those quilts that hangs up and is not on the sofa. Congratulations to our second place winner. And the first place winner is Blooms of Faith by Cheryl Yeatman. Cheryl writes, created first watercolor prayer quilt for a friend. He requested a dimensional cross and a heart of flowers, which were each appliqued, then some embroidered with accents. Border was quilted with religious fish silhouettes swimming along the edge. The quilt was blessed and sent to the recipient. Let's see what April had to say about this quilt. This quilt is stunning. The fact that the pattern was designed by the maker is even more impressive, and the look of the three-dimensional cross is awesome. I was drawn in by the bright colors and then so amazed by all the additional elements once I began investigating the quilt further. This quilt is a piece of art. And that is the winners of our ingenuity category. Next up is our legacy category.
Hi, I am back, and let's figure out the winners for the legacy category. We're going to start with the Quilter's Choice. Are you ready? Congratulations, Josephine Loveland, Love Eternal. I made this quilt for my daughter and her husband for their wedding. I used the Bali wedding star pattern, but flipped the order of the light to dark fabric so that the dark fabric of the rings would merge with the dark stars to create bouquets. It's a California king size. Absolutely gorgeous. And now let's see who Chris decided to win first, second, and third place. We're going to start with third place. Congratulations, April Schmidt with Tealing Good. And let's see what Chris had to say. I enjoyed the use of traditional quilt blocks made in a monochromatic color palette that created an ombre effect. This quilt clearly took a great deal of thought and planning. Congratulations, Josephine. For our second place winner, we got Crystal Drummond with her quilt, Tiffany. And Chris said, the use of bright colors along with black to give the illusion of a leaded stained glass window is wonderful. The sharp angles add to the overall modern feel of this quilt. Congratulations, Crystal. And for our first place winner, congratulations, Chris, with Solids with a Twist. This was a block swap I was a part of. My challenge for this quilt was to design the quilt and utilize the negative space. Chris had to say, I like the use of traditional quilt blocks with modern bold colors. The use of quilting in the empty negative space blocks brings a modern twist to a traditional quilt. Congratulations, all of our legacy winners. And let's go to utility. And we're back with the utility category. Let's see who our Quilter's Choice winner was. And our Quilter's Choice winner was Laura Heine Collage by Kathy Sneed. Sewing machine is the main focal point. The flowers on the bottom under the machine represent the quilt. I have a pair of metal scissors and a metal needle on the edge of the machine. The background is all pieced and it's hung on a canvas instead of being quilted. Now let's move on to our third place winner. Our third place was Bunny Bags by Erin Holmes. Here's what our judge had to say. These bunny bags are adorable and a fun make, I'm sure. The detail of the tote bag being nicely quilted, having handles, and a strap with hardware is lovely, but the addition of the bunny ears just takes them to the next level. Not to mention, there are 3 beautiful work. For our second place winner, Quilted Running Shoes by Mary Holmes. Here's what our judge had to say. These quilted shoes are fabulous. You can tell the quilter fussy cutted each part of the shoe. The middle of the flower at the bottom is perfectly placed, and I love how the leaves match up on all sides at the top. And for our first place winner, A Magical Place for Everything by Mandy Cornegay. A Place for Everything 2.0 made with Harry Potter fabric. The zipper pulls are lightning bolts, and the outer zipper pulls are the Hogwarts house crest. I've made it to house my cross-stitch projects on the go. This was the second bag I've ever made. Boy, did I learn some new things and techniques. And here's what our judge had to say. It is a very useful bag with lots of care put into fabric placement, notions, and additional details like the Hogwarts label. Inside, you can see the several different colored fabrics that are pieced together, along with all the different pockets, vinyl, mesh, and zippers, plus all the quilted panels on the outside. It took time and care to make a creative bag to hold projects. Nice job. Congratulations to all the winners in the utility category. Next, let's move on to diversity.
Hi, I'm back, and I'm so excited to get to announce our last category, which is the diversity category. We're going to start with our Quilter's Choice, and the winner is Bookcase Quilt Full of Treasures by Laurel D. Yornberg. Laurel writes, bookcase quilt made for my granddaughter as she graduated high school. I added things that she loved. Of course, reading and dream catchers, painting, cooking, and crystals. Now to our winners through the judge. Our judge for the diversity category was our very own Director of Education, Carla Jerome. And we're going to start with our third place winner. Let's see who it is. Chaotic Perfection by Paula Lupi. Carla said, I really appreciate that Paula went outside of her comfort zone to stretch and strengthen her quilting muscles. Love the improv quilting. This is truly one of a kind. Thank you for making it. Number 2, or second place winner, is A Watchful Eye by Julie Ann Westmus. Carla said, I love that Julie used a photo as inspiration and added in little hidden gems of fabric images into the quilt. All the different techniques used makes it clever and diverse. This is stunning. Thank you for sharing. And finally, our first place winner is Cleveland Rocks by Sharon Kalbosh. She writes, first quilt ever made had to feature what my hometown is known for. Wow. Carla says, Sharon, you rock as a quilter. This is awesome. Thank you for helping us love Cleveland through diversity in your quilting. We'd like to congratulate all of our winners in our diversity category.
And now it is time for a random winner. For our random quote winner is Alex Borges with Diamond. And Alex said, inspired by my first patchwork work and automated quilting with pantograph. Congratulations, Alex. And we are ready to share with you the Community Quilt Block winner. And Angelique, take it away.
Okay, let's see who it is. It's Pineapple by Amanda Hauk. Sabrina, tell us what she wrote.
She describes it as a blue and green foundation paper piecing pineapple block.
Congratulations, Amanda. Congratulations to all of our winners, and congratulations to everyone who submitted a quilt. They were so fun to look at. And thank you so much for joining us for Fall Festival this year, and we hope to see you at Winter Market in December.
Wow.
So many amazing quilts. I don't know how you guys as judges picked anything.
I don't know either. I had to, it was rough. It was really, really hard. And I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I had to come back like 2 and 3 times and I changed my mind a couple times. But wow, just amazing. Congratulations to every single person who shared and put their work out there, put themselves out there, no matter where you are in your quilt journey. We saw everyone and recognized the pure talent, the confidence, the bravery, everything that you put into it. Thank you so much. It was just wonderful.
It's true. And you know, when you talk about talent, people may say like, oh, my little talent. It doesn't matter how great you have or how little or anything like that. Just the fact that you shared with us what you have created is so phenomenal. And give yourselves a round of applause, a pat on the back, whatever it is. And if you're thinking about like, oh, I'm going to do this, I could do this. I did a quilt like that. Get ready. Our spring fling will happen in the spring 2025. We'll have another quilt show. You can participate. Or if you're thinking, oh, I'm inspired now by something that I saw at the festival or somebody's patterns, you know, get started now and then you can participate and be part of our quilt show for 2025.
Oh, so exciting. And yes, you just remember, pre-register for these events, and that's all you need to do to qualify, and then to submit to the Quilt Festival, and then, you know, have your quilt seen by so many people, not only the judges and the Grace family, but everyone. It's out there on the platform for everyone to see. So just do it. Now,
Yes.
Jenna, how about some of those segments?
Oh my goodness. Wow. I was having so much fun watching. In fact, we had a quick flicker of electricity here and I was like, no, don't go out. We got to finish the Quilt Fest.
Oh my goodness.
Luckily, it kept going and I could finish watching the segment. I mean, I am just inspired by everything that everybody did. I think about quilting now, I think differently, right? Like things, techniques. I mean, the thread painting that Sabrina did.
So
when
beautiful.
she pulled it all up at the end, it was like, wow, that's that perfect little quilt block thing, you know? And then, Jamie, when she was going through the 360 Wonderfoot, I like that she showed from the very beginning, like, I don't know how to put this on my machine. I'm gonna read the instructions. What does this do? Just, we followed along with her. I really loved that.
I love that. And oh my goodness, the segment on the history of all the various techniques and styles, the hand quilting, the free motion, and the automation. That was so interesting to hear that. And of course, I've heard little bits and pieces, but to kind of see them parallel like that. And basically the takeaway is that it's all legitimate. It's all beautiful. And then we do a mix of everything and nothing is valued more than the next thing. It's what you want to do. Was just, I think, a wonderful, beautiful message, and something that we quilters have to remember and remind ourselves is it's the process, it's the journey. And whether you do it by hand, whether you enjoy doing free guided, or whether the automation, it all takes thought, creativity, talent, and skill.
It's true. And you know, we're gonna, we've talked about, we're gonna be showing this new product, and actually we were gonna wait to the end, but we're gonna announce it now. So everybody's super excited. You can see it's a different shape. This is the real shape that's available. So we're gonna lift this cover off right now and announce, here we go, here we go. Dun dun! This is the new mini quilter.
Wow! Confetti, 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 confetti,
fireworks, fireworks. So yes, okay, so right away people see that it's a little bit smaller, right? Everybody's like, what does that mean? How can we do this, right? So we've got our carriage right here. You can see it's the lower handles, just like we've had previously. I'm gonna come around here so I can show them, right? Slides forward and back, and then side to side. Now it's a little bit smaller, it has some fun colors, right? It's got the green, it's got the clip. So this is our brand new hoop frame. It's gonna be for your domestic machines. So it's gonna fit in a different space, right? The cutie frame was larger, it had 54 inches. This one is smaller, so it can fit in a little bit tighter spot. I could fit this in my room. I don't have to try and find another table or anything like that. The other thing, we can have these markings right here. I don't know if we can get a zoom in at all. There's some fantastic training on these, where the lines are right here. I don't know if you can see that. Those sections, that's how far your frame or your carriage will come with the machine.
Okay.
So you can right away see this guide that brings it right here. Another thing different you'll see is these straps here. So they come on the side, right here in the front. There we go. So that when you're wrapping around your fabric, it hoops right there. So it's gonna be just on the corner. It's not gonna be on the front or the side here, that as you're trying to quilt, you're not gonna come over the top of these straps. They're also not gonna bump into your machine at all. You're not gonna have that issue. So yeah, I'm excited to see what people are thinking.
Yeah,
right?
I'm excited too. Let us know what you think. And what I'm excited about this is okay, by show of hands, how many people get to take their projects with them when they travel? This is perfect. So when you're going on those quilt retreats, when you're going to class, when you're going to, I don't know, grandma's house, and you can't leave that, you have to finish a piece of a project, a smaller project. That is the perfect quilt hoop to actually be able to do some free motion quilting on the go, or it can be stationary in your space, whatever you want. It's so flexible. I love it.
Yeah. The other thing that I love about it, right, is it's so easy to put together. It's going to only be 4 screws that you connect in. You're not having to put together all these pieces and another piece and another piece, which works fine when you're putting together the bigger frames, but we're going to be able to put it together just really small. So one of the things on the carriage, just like other frames, you've got these clamps that hold the machine on there. However, if your machine is just a little bit wider, you can take them off. And so if a machine is wider than this carriage, you're not going to need this clamp on there. It's going to be heavier, sturdy enough, you're not going to need it. But if it's not, then you can put them on here, clamp it down, all the sections that you're going to need. The other thing is on the side here, I don't know if you can see the holes. They're kind of not so great in this light, but they have the holes here available that you can attach the laser to. So you can do pantograph from the rear. Even though it's a small frame, you can also do this. I'm telling you, it's going to be great for camping, for cabins, for quilt retreats, for so many different types of things. Even if you already have a long arm, this is available. And my favorite price, I love that, decorating clothing. Yeah, we just saw.
Absolutely, the jacket, the denim jacket. Yeah,
the denim jacket. That's so perfect. One of my favorite things is the price on this. So are you ready for what we're going to sell it at?
Yes. What?
$299.95. Right?
No.
This is the perfect Christmas gift coming up. This is, even if you already have a long arm set up in your place, you can put this in. It's gonna be fantastic, right? I'm so excited about this, right?
I'm getting it. It's not gonna make it to Christmas. I'm getting it because I have projects to make.
That's right. You have projects to make right now. And I love that it can go up to 13 inches of throat space. So people are going to ask that, how big? You could put the little Rebel on here if you wanted to make that space available. So we're going to have more videos, more stuff. Go to our social media page. We're going to have things announced on there. When you can get it available. Right now, we've just got it showing. We don't have pre-orders taken yet. So by the end of this month, we're going to have the pre-order links up for all our dealers and for ourselves, and then it can start shipping so that it's ready in time to come for Christmas. So if you're wanting to get it now, this is the link, right? So with our social media, you want to make sure you sign up with our Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. We're going to show some other things. We'll show it with the frame using a domestic machine, because a lot of people will talk about that. They're like, oh, can we demonstrate it? Here I am. I'm demonstrating it, right? It's moving around.
Now, Jenna, question. Do we know what size quilt we can get on this frame?
Any size. Because it's going to be a hoop, right? It's just a hoop style. So here's my clips here, my clips on the side. I just take these off, put it just like the Cutie or the Q-Zone hoop or the Evolution hoop, play it down, then put my quilt clip back on. You're going to have to zone it a little bit more often than the Cutie or the Q-Zone hoop or the Q-Zone Evolution hoop. All those, you'll just have to hoop it a little bit longer, but any size quilt.
That's great. No, that's great. Yeah,
you
just zone it, you just move it, whatever section you're working on, you quilt it, and then when that section's done, we move it. And then, so baby.
And the really nice thing about, because we have these measurements on here, when you're quilting, so I'm going to come around here to the front. If I'm quilting and I'm running it along, I get done, and I've quilted this section, and I want to quilt the section that's over here. I'm going to take these quilt clips off, this front section and the back section. And then I would hold my quilt here and pull it. And as I'm pulling it, these clips will slide. And as they slide to the side, I have them perfectly lined up of where the machine is going to be again.
Nice.
So I know exactly where to line up everything.
Oh, I love it. This is amazing.
Know, right?
This mini quilter is just the bee's knees. Do the young kids still say that? Anyway, the business.
They say that right. I love that, the bee's knees.
It is so awesome, so amazing, so exciting for anyone who was looking to get into the long arm quilt game but can't really get there yet and has to do it in stages. This is the perfect next step. If financial is a consideration, if space is a consideration, or even if you just want a second or travel machine, there's so many reasons and so many possibilities to use this. Oh,
and at $299.95, we meet people all the time when we're at dealer shows, when we're at our own shows, here talking on the phone, that they'll say, oh, I like the Cutie, but it's just a little bit too expensive for me right now, or it doesn't quite fit my space, or my car is a little bit smaller, so it won't fit in the back seat or trunk of my car. Well, this solves all those problems, right? Solves the problem of being the right size, the too expensive, the space, all those kinds of things. And I love this, our tagline for the mini quilter is mini size, but many possibilities.
Yes.
The fact that you can do any size quilt with it is just going to be, so exciting. Like we were saying, fireworks, confetti, everything.
Confetti. Horns, trumpets playing.
Exactly.
Well, that was certainly worth the wait. I just could not wait to share that. And it was funny to see how many sizes this thing took shape under that quilt the last 2 days.
It's true. We were kind of like playing around because we had announced that it was going to be something mini, but we didn't talk about, what is going to be mini? Was it a mini frame, a mini machine, someone said a mini ruler, and all those kinds of things. So yeah, I'm just so excited to see all the things with it, to it's like just lifting it up, right? Because people talk about how light it is, right? It's just easy to put down, hang on the wall, set in the back of a closet. Because that's my other thing, right? We talk about the cutie being a non-dedicated quilting area. Well, this is even less of space if you're doing that non-dedicated. So
absolutely wonderful.
Now, people will ask, I think we just had a question, will your site have a list of the machines that will fit on it? There are so many different types of domestic machines, and we could try and have a list, but it's just going to be difficult to know exactly the width and depth and throat space of all the different other manufactured domestic machines. So what we'll do is we'll have the dimensions of the size of the carriage and what the throat space will be, so that you can then look at your own machine and see, okay, it has this kind of depth, it has this kind of throat space, so you'll know what's available, rather than just having one whole sheet of domestic machines that would be available for it.
Lovely. Absolutely wonderful. Wonderful reveal. Very excited.
I just couldn't wait any longer. I didn't want to have to the very end,
We'll
like save that for
Christmas
that grand
Eve.
prize. Exactly.
It's like when your parents say one gift tonight and then, tomorrow, and you can't wait. So this was our Christmas Eve moment.
Yes, it's a Christmas Eve, waiting, available, yes. So getting back to the rest of the other stuff that we're going to be doing, we still have the grand prize. We're giving away that 19X Elite with the automation, the Evolution Elite frame, and this is going to be whatever size that the customer wants. So if the 8-foot fits better, the 10-foot or the 12-foot, you get to pick. It's all the way top of the line QCT6. You can get that Pro feature, has that pattern placement, it has edge to edge, and it has those design programs. That's going to be available. And of course the luminous light bar and the rest of the accessories pack that come with the new machine. So that one's going to be in just a little bit. But first I just wanted to talk about how people watch what they've seen so far again.
Yes. So we're going to have a whole month of replay. The post will be posted on our YouTube channel, where you can see all of these segments. If you missed a part, if you had to run, the baby was crying, or your husband or somebody called you away, you can come back and you can watch the whole segment again. It continues on YouTube at The Grace Company. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow, so that you get the notification for when they are going to be released. I know there are a few projects on my project list now that I'm waiting, and also the patterns. So the patterns from both day 1 and day 2 are going to be on, I believe, on the platform as well. Or
yes, they'll be on the platform. Yeah, available and
as well.
Yeah, and I'm almost thinking that October needs to be Quilttober with all the stuff that's going to be there, right? I'm going to be quilting, I'm going to be looking at the quilt stuff. I'm going to listen to, and even when I'm working on piecing or something, even though you want to start and stop the other one, maybe I'll play the other ones so I can listen along and see those fun, like we were talking about the history and innovation, and that's the piecing. Then I'll go back to the other one and watch it to make sure I'm doing the project correctly.
Yeah, you can hop around. You can jump around in, whatever mood you're in or whatever you're working on. So that's going to be tons of fun. And there are just so many promotions, so many product giveaways. Look, we love to help other people make decisions about things. There's so many options here. Maybe you have something that you love that you bought from Grace. We love to hear and get your feedback. Leave a review. You can leave a review for your products on the Grace web shop, on the graceframe.com website, and let us know what you think. Share it. Don't keep it a secret. Spread the word.
Exactly. I know. I look at reviews when I'm purchasing stuff. And while you're on the graceframe.com for those reviews, make sure you head over to the HBQ section. Share your story, how you are a home-based quilter. Now, we typically choose the Grace Cares people from the HBQ section. So if you enjoyed Cheryl's segment that happened on day 1, we chose her from the home-based quilter. So go in there, grab the information, tell us your stories, how you got started quilting, where you are on your quilting journey. We want to hear all about you. We want to hear about Grace products, but we also want to hear about other stuff that you've done and how you got your start. Were you a generational quilter? Did you just start now? You know, we want to hear all about it.
And of course, you can engage with us
Yes.
just on a day-to-day basis. You can find us everywhere on social media and our platforms. You can follow us on Facebook at Grace Company Quilting, on Instagram at Grace Company Quilting, on TikTok at Grace Company, on YouTube again, The Grace Company, and Pinterest at Grace Company Quilting. And of course, if you'd love to hang out with some of your Grace ambassadors, a lot of them you saw today in some of the segments, and you can follow any of us. And of course, you can also follow me and engage with me on my Instagram and my Facebook at Kina Quilts on Instagram and at Kina Quilts on Facebook. You can visit me on my website, see what I'm doing at www.kinaquiltstudio.com.
Oh my goodness. This is so much fun to watch what you are doing, Kina. It's fun to watch what our other ambassadors and what our community is doing. So yeah, sharing on social media is really a great place to find out information and just trade things around, right? Just like you would if they were in your guild or in your community, you could do that. And here you're just able to do it through social media. I want to talk about really quick our promotions that we've got going on, the ones that last for the whole month and the ones that are lasting through the end of the 6th for that flash sale. The flash sales first, we're going to talk about those machines. They're the X Elite machines. So the 16X Elite, 19X Elite, 21X Elite comes with a free frame, different ones for the 21 versus the 16 and 19. The Cutie, Q-Zone Hoop, or the Q-Zone Queen come free with the 16X Elite or 19X Elite. The Evolution Hoop frame comes free with the 21X Elite. You can get the other frames. There's just an additional cost for those. Check it out on our website or any of our dealers' websites. You can order those through them. And then you get that free accessories pack with all that fantastic $1,300 worth of product. So you get a 16 pack of assorted finesse thread, the luminous light bar, 2-pack of mini quilt clips, the ultimate cutting collection, 2 circle cutter blades, the True Sharp 2 power sharpener, the linear sharpener, and it says 4 extra packs, but you get 5 in the ultimate cutting collection, so a total of 9 True Grips. Now, you can put the True Grips on the bottom of your cutter, your rulers, so that as you put them on the mat and your fabric and your cutting, they won't slide. But I've had some people use True Grips in some different ways than just through rulers. You can put them on the bottom of your foot pedal, especially if you're in a non-carpeted area. That helps it keep from sliding. I have a coworker who puts them underneath her plants as a non-slide thing for her potted plants. I mean, there's loads of ways that you can use these silicone discs, right? So, but using them on the back of your rulers.
When you're ruler quilting as well.
Yes.
When you're really, if you're doing the straight lines and you don't want that ruler to slip around as well as cutting, that's another way to use them. Sometimes we just think about them when we're cutting, but you can use them in the quilting rulers. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, all these fantastic things. We've got the True Cut combos at 15% off. So don't forget about those. Anything that says combo or collection is going to be available. And then our Finesse Thread and pre-wound bobbins, buy 3, get 1 free. Those are available. Just the lesser item will be the free one. Check it out. I mean, we've talked about Finesse Thread for the last few days. I love using Finesse. Kina loves using Finesse. Take our word for it. Buy some Finesse Thread while it's on sale so you can take advantage of this fantastic polyester thread that has that look and feel of cotton. But yeah, so, okay, Kina, I think we might be ready to talk about our grand prize again.
Oh, I think, Janna, I think we have strung them along as long as we possibly could.
truce.
That was, you know, there was a lot of good stuff in there, but I think they're ready. I think
so
they're
too.
ready.
Okay, so our grand prize, I just want to go over it one more time, what it is, the whole package is. So it's the Quilting 19X Elite machine. So that is the quilting machine that has the larger 7-inch screen with that special customer interface that allows you to have your instruction manual kind of at your fingertips. It gives you edge warning, it has your project, your measurement tools, all these, an extra calculator, because I know mine always goes missing in my craft room. So we've got all that set for just that's the machine. Then you get to choose your Evolution Elite frame. This is, I call it our big and beefy frame. It's sturdy. When I've drug it in our showroom without the casters, it's not moving. It's got that nice thick legs, the metal ratchets. It's just such top of the line, dual tracks. You can get it in 8, 10, or 12 foot. So that's going to be available for them to choose, whichever will fit in your area better. And then, of course, our luminous light bar in the 10-foot size. It's going to give you that LED light, 6,500 wattage hours, LED non-heat, just the best light that you're going to ever use. And then finally, the QCT6 Pro automation. This is our top version. It has the pattern placement. It has edge to edge. It has the design features. One of my favorite things is it has a record on there. So you take the thread out of your needle, turn it on record, you trace along what it is that you're wanting to put into the system, and then boom, your design is up in there. So all these fantastic features in the QCT6 Pro. But again, this whole prize giveaway, $22,000 retail value, right? This is just gonna, someone's just gonna like, their mind's gonna explode in just a minute or so.
This is so exciting. Oh my God.
Okay, so everybody with Kina and I, let's do a drum roll for this
Wherever
winner.
you are, drum roll. And the winner is Laura Anderson. Oh my God.
Fireworks, explosions, confetti. Congratulations, Laura. Allegra has your information. She will be contacting you in case you're not watching and none of your friends are watching and you're totally clueless that this is a prize you have won. We will have Allegra, who is our prize coordinator, reach out to you. And again, if anybody else has won a prize for pre-registration, Allegra will reach out to you. And if you're a bingo winner, reach out to Allegra at graceframe.com and she'll be able to coordinate with you that prize winner. But Kina, thank you so much for being with us.
Oh,
thank you everyone else for being with us. We're going to see you again. December 13th is our winter market. Come, it's going to be a great time. We hope you guys are wonderful. We just appreciate you and just know that you are someone who needs to be here in the world today.
Absolutely. Bye, everyone.